from iBrothers. Thank you so much for coming to the interview. Right now you are 2-1 up in the tournament. So how sad you are that you lost against Unity in the overtime?
Yeah, that one sucks. It's unfortunate. But yeah, it's not gonna get us anywhere by being sad over it now. So we just deal with it and go on, right?
Exactly. Today you are playing against a Polish team, against Walczaki. What do you think about your opponent, and how do you feel about their strengths?
I'm pretty. We've played them before, right? When they were ESC, so we know how they play. They're a bit. They dare to play, so to say. Like they're not afraid to lose. So I don't think we can do a lot like prep-wise. So we're just gonna focus on our own game and try to win as best as we can.
When it comes to national representation for you as for a Swedish team with legendary players in your roster as well, how important it is to do well in that terms? Maybe it's more important now because of all the things that are happening around NIP, for example. So do you want to be the next huge, big Swedish team?
Yeah, that's the move. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean we have a lot of responsibility on our hands now. We as Alliance and Johnny, right? Because we're like the only thing left, kinda. We have Heroic, who is a core Swedish, and Nine as well, who are a Swedish organization, but no Swedish players, right? But I haven't really thought about it much, really, but hopefully we win. Hopefully we can take the next place as the big NIP or Fnatic back in the day, or yeah.
For your today's roster, for you as a pretty much a new project, you started very well. So what do you think is your ceiling?
I think the ceiling of our team, because I'll start with that, is like I think we can go all the way, honestly, because we have so high individual skill, but we just need to like get the consistency right and the team play on the dot, like, and I think we can be top 10 team, hopefully at least. And me as an individual, I think I also have it in me, but I need to show some more consistency, and then maybe we can reach those tops together, right?
And for the last question, have you ever been in Prague, and how big of a motivation is to get online to Prague?
No, actually, I have not been there yet myself, but hopefully soon. Yeah, the motivation to get there is very high, because I think we're better on LAN, in my opinion, and we don't like online really that much. So hopefully we get there and we can show ourselves again on LAN.
Great to hear that. Thank you so much for the interview, and hopefully see you soon.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napij.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je? Nebo jsi smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.
Hello everyone, welcome back to you all to the Conquest of Prague. Round 4 Swiss action rolls on as we continue to find our teams eliminated and promoted out of the Swiss stage and through to the play-ins or out of the competition for good. My name's LJ. I'm joined by Dweg as per usual for today's proceedings. How you doing, Matt?
Well, I've realised today that I need to change my expectations slightly in this tournament. All of the favourites and the teams that you expect to get a free pass really aren't. This is a very challenging tournament for teams that it shouldn't be.
Yeah, of course. For those of you that haven't been keeping up with all the action in the Swiss stages, we had some key favourites in terms of Alliance, Sinners and Eyeballers, some of which have been able to make their way through, most of which have not. Sinners, especially in yesterday's proceedings, were not able to get what should have been a simple enough victory over the Young Ninjas side. It's the Academy team that moved to the play, and Sinners had to play in round 5. Elsewhere, Coalesce did find themselves in play and by beating out the Unity side. So that means at this stage we've got one more 2-1 matchup to play for in the Swiss system overall. And then from there on, we'll be moving on to the 0-2 games as we find our next set of eliminatees.
Indeed, and it's going to be a race towards the LAN finals. I think we've already had some teams in the online atmosphere really try and prove that they can be a threat. I can't wait till we get to the LAN stage directly, see Sashi, see Alliance, see what the other two teams are going to look like, and then just start getting the feel of really who could win the title, who is the #1 threat.
Well, we've still got a fair ways to go before the LAN final itself. Obviously, we've still got this round and the next round of Swiss to play out alongside all those play-in matches that will, of course, take the teams from the 2-1 and 2-2 matches, the winners of the upper groups of those two rounds, and put them through their paces to decide who is going to be those two teams. Because you're right, only 2 of the potential 12 that we have left in play are going to end up making it to that LAN final. And, of course, you can see the matches that we'll have for you today. Eyeballers will be in action against the ex-ESC boys of Walczaki. And later on today, we'll take a look at fnatic versus Trick in the elimination. We'll try see if the fnatic side can stave off that elimination for a little bit longer.
Indeed, not only are they a team that should be competing at a much higher level, but they are the previous title holders. So when you come into a 1-2 game in the online Swiss stage, you almost wake up and think, how are we here? How are we in this position where we are fighting for our lives against Tricked?
I think we might have a couple of ideas as to why. We'll get into more details on that matchup when it does come around. Of course, say to start at 7:30 CEST. For now, we look at the upper match and take a look at our last of the 2-1 games here. Walczaki and Eyeballers, a match that has some history between the two sides of the leg. 2-0 in best of 3s, 4-0 in matchups. Very dominant series so far for the Walczaki guys. Kind of a surprise to say that here, considering Eyeballers being one of our tournament frontrunners.
There is no denying that that is the largest surprise out of the 2 matches today. The one asterisk is just how long ago those matches were. They were both in last year. Now, I will say that the polls at certain periods were very successful, but have been very up and down. Eyeballers are a lot more consistent, and I think in the present day, moving now closer towards the summer break, we would consider Eyeballers a high-end Tier 2 team that are just edging into that Tier 1 conversation. And then for the polls, they've just been dropped by their organization, and they're struggling to find form. So it's 2 very different calibers of teams that we're looking at today.
I don't even know what to make of that whole organisation situation as well for Walczaki, because you are talking about an org that not only had the team, then they dropped them, and then they picked them back up again for a month, and then they dropped them again. So it's like, it's a bit unstable in that respect. I hope it doesn't affect the performances too much, because, again, ESC have been able to take victories over this Eyeballers side in 2-0 fashions in the past. And considering how wild this whole tournament has been so far, considering the upsets that we've had to see play out so far, I'm sort of looking at that and saying to myself, I mean, there's still potential for another one to happen right here and now.
Yeah, there definitely is. I think the polls have proved, even in the last couple of weeks of competition, they can beat some very good names in Tier 2. They're currently awaiting their playoff game of the round of 16 of Nobwin Clutch Series. They beat Favbet, they beat Ursa, they 2-0'd the Nuclear Tigers that were at a point in the running towards the major qualification. So we know that these guys are good. The issue is we just haven't seen it in this one tournament, because they took on the Romanians at Qual 4 in their opening matchup. They then had a Polish derby versus Coalesce that went triple overtime, and then they got a forfeit win versus Ecstatic. So all of my basis is basically what's happening in other tournaments for the polls.
And that can obviously have different reflections, different issues, different perspectives in terms of how they play into Conquest of Prague. Most certainly, if you're taking a look only at Conquest of Prague, you have got very little to go off of it, and therefore there needs to be some more proof in the pudding when they actually make it out of the Swiss stage itself. But it might come down to a single best of 3 because of the nature of how things are played up. Maybe you could say they haven't deserved it. Maybe you could say that it probably could have gone in the direction of Eyeballers instead, who are the much more a seasoned team, haven't taken any of those layups so far in this one, and still come out in the 2-1 aspect due to their early round loss towards the Unity side. They themselves have only played best of 1 so far, so their first best of 3 outing on paper should be one of those easier affairs.
And for the Eyeballers, they managed an impressive top 8 at PGL Bucharest 2 years ago, but they've only played 1 CCT and this Swiss stage, and that's it. So they're not really playing officials. Now, we know that they always instaban Nuke. We know that Overpass always gets instabanned by the polls. As for the picks, Mirage is a loved go-to for the Eyeballers, and then Nuke, Ancient, and Anubis are the only 2 options for the polls.
A little bit of cross territory between those previous 2 best of 3s. Mirage, Ancient have been played out between 3 of the 4 maps that we had in that one, so potential if they want to pick pick into it for the boys over from the Polish side. Of course, they will get first pick of the litter. I'm not sure if these vetoes are accurate. I'm seeing that Young Ninjas logo up there, so we'll find out if that's going to be correct in a moment or two. But in terms of the here and now, right? I mean, obviously, since it's been so long, I don't know if you can expect a similar veto process to plan out in this sort of regard here. I'm going to assume that is an Anubis pick for the Polish side. Mirage coming in for the Eyeballers. Yeah, seems like it's pretty standard to me. The side of map up will end up being Inferno if we have to go there.
Yeah, so Eyeballers are a team that play quite a bit of Anubis. They're just not very good on the map. They've been struggling against some of those higher-end caliber teams. They've lost to MIBR on it recently, Alliance, Inner Circle, even BetClick. So they're getting reps, but they're just not getting the one-ups. Now, if you're the Poles and you know that, let's say, the playstyle works out really nicely against Eyeballers, I think you can pretty much get an idea of what Dex is talking about in that interview. They're a bit random. They're very confident. They're very dry. They duel quite a lot. They don't play by the book CS. So they're going to throw a lot of gimmicks at the Eyeballers. They're going to be looking to try and outgun them just by firepower alone. And for the Eyeballers, I mean, they need to start showing consistency in Tier 2 if they want to be a Tier 1 team. Like, I don't think they're there yet. Like, they're starting to get the taste of Tier 1 just because they played at Blast Bounty earlier in the year. They played at PGL Bucharest on LAN against some very good teams. But you need to be consistent day in, day out in Tier 2 if you want to make that jump up those higher divisions.
And for the Eyeballers, you could argue to a certain extent that they haven't been all that consistent. There are tournaments that I expected them to go extremely good in and they weren't able to maintain them. Obviously talking about those CCT events that you mentioned, the CCT 20 in particular, but also Journey Spring, right? That was a tournament that I looked at that, and given the way that the playoff bracket was panning out, I felt like Eyeballers were going to be the key and obvious favourites when that grand final hit, but no, they ended up losing to the Alliance side, who now currently are probably, I would want to say, one of the better teams of the Swedish too. So for Eyeballers, it's about continuing to maintain that confidence and trying to establish that consistency. I think in this series, the punish pick of Anubis might be a bit of a bridge too far to maintain a 2-0 effect, but 2-1 for Eyeballers seems like the most sensible prediction to me.
Yeah, I'm going to go 2-1 as well. Anubis is the third highest picked map in the pool for the Poles. It's a bit of a shame they can't get Nuke, because Nuke is a really good map for them and they pretty much pick it against everybody. Ancient, of course, is a map which is quite good for the oppositions. You never really want to be going that direction, especially in the recent territory. So it's a good start to come out to Anubis. I think it's going to be difficult for Eyeballers to close in 2.
Instead of a Malik T-side basis to kick things off, then perhaps you might look at that and say for Eyeballers that it would be something, but in the end, this should be a very difficult affair. Most certainly a punish pick in from the Polish lads. It's really that back end of the veto that has me more concerned for Walczaki. And we'll see how well the start will fit to the favour of Eyeballers when we do get into the pistol round in a moment's time. And again, just trying to maintain that level of consistency, get that 3-in-1 Swiss stage and make your way in as one of the highest seeds of the play-ins.
And one extra piece that we are noticing from the Poles, the last couple of tournaments, it seems like SNX has now started becoming the head coach of these guys. I always think when you're August or perhaps lesser ranked, you don't quite always get the public information, but he's someone that's very familiar, was an ex-pro, played on Paloma, Permitter, Ignis Serpents, all of those top squads. So watch out to see what the connection's going to be like between him and Olymp as we, let's say, go into more best of threes, more tournaments, because I think that could be a relation that really works on and becomes something long-term.
Again, trying to figure out what the long-term solutions would end up being for the Walczaki side and their lack of organization in mind. Again, shenanigans at play there. I am again hoping that we do not see any lack of performances from them as a result or due to the pressures of losing that backing. We're ready to kickstart things in our first map up of the day and our first series of the day of Walczaki against Eyeballers. Walczaki on the CT side, start of their map pick of Anubis. Eyeballers into the pistol round we go.
Util coming through for both Rolf and for JW would indicate an A-lane. Try and get themselves a smoke down towards camera, get the molly out towards the bricks, double flash in. Olymp is the solo A player, but they're searching mid quite heavily with 3, and Samey's seeing nothing outside of B, so they're going to get some heavy rotations to A.
Moonwalk backed up with Olymp. Here to contest, smokes on, Molotovs up, Moonwalk held away, smokes involved, flash is sent to engage with the USP. Max against his kill, Volley will take one more trade back onto Olymp, 5-on-3 situation. Goose down on Ryko to 2 men. Badgeby doing is all he can. They try and get something back, but just pushed away with the numbers game, losing too much support around him. Eyeballers storm the A bomb site and will take the pistol round.
So it looked as if the Heaven player body blocked that smoke to make it not land, and yet they still just got punished completely. Really clean entries coming through from the Eyeballers. Always a positive start when, let's just say, the plan doesn't always go right. The smoke doesn't land where you want it to. There's 3 defenders on A. You're running into a bit of a trap, and you just overwhelm them completely. Perfect there from the Swedes.
Indeed it was. Excellent stuff, excellent start. Excellent round of the Eyeballers, and confidence is what you need on a very weakened map for yourselves. You mentioned the losses that they've taken to some of the higher end tier 2 teams. Alliance being one of them in that aforementioned Journey Spring matchup, that grand final. Losing to another Polish squad in BetClick as well on LAN. All of which being single-digit losses for the Eyeballers camp, so starting advantage is sat towards them. They need to maintain it into a 2-0, 3-0 start. To force buy in from Walczaki. Maxter way out of the SMG, trying to engage. Maxter will get caught off for one of those kills. Roll for 2 kills back of his own. Dex continuing on with spray will get Tammy down. Bomb drop there. JW upgrading his weapons into a 2v2. We're going to go. Eyeballers are still going to commit to the A bomb site.
Olymp knows he just needs to try and get away with one. Now that re-smoke makes it very uncomfortable. Thinking about diving through, just about gets the planter.
Well, XD still trades him back, 1v1 now, and I think he knows where Badger's coming from, or at least he's checking the back lines, expecting a backstab, or at least accounting for it, and gets that headshot in before he even needs to plant that bomb. Decent damage done, but Eyeballers will come out with 2.
Olymp's probably thinking, do we buy again here? I mean, it's risky. 0-2 down, you don't want to get caught in rebuy after rebuy, but it feels promising, doesn't it? I mean, 4 players dropped there. That was high pressure. And look at the gimmick. I mean, everyone just flying in towards A main. The Heaven player flying into the bomb site. And they're trying to catch the Eyeballers off guard, but good patience there from Bobek, wins out the round.
Walczaki will indeed go for the force buy here. Olymp calling an aggressive style. If they can catch Eyeballers for dead, then that would certainly put the pressure of momentum back towards the direction of the Poles. The heavy stacking to the B bomb site, leaving Olymp alone. The M4, the only one that's in play for Walczaki. USP tap for on that smoke and a reveal presence, playing out some sprays, but not getting much damage for his trouble.
And it's surprising to say that Olymp is now the caller here for the Poles, considering never was previously, and also that he's quite an anchorish player. You don't normally see that in the professional level. Normally like to be in more active rotation positions. Very good on his own. Eyeballers have kept a very silent round, and the problem with them being, let's say, sandwiched outside of A main and around this canal is they don't know what map control's been taken elsewhere. They don't know if mid's been compromised. They don't know if there's been a jiggle outside of B, so it is a bit of a waiting game.
Smoke timing there from Olymp, passed off by his teammate. Now has 2 to surround him here on the site. Now the man also caught in rotation there towards the mid position. These searches and moonwalk will also block off potential rotations and try and fake an execution, but that's just going to draw that 4th player in even deeper. The man that stands in the B bomb side, moonwalk, will just sit pretty and wait for them to come.
Need to get the HE, need to break the smoke. Moonwalk's got a block.
No flash around the corner, gives him a 1-for-1. M4 spray of Olymp gets to the back lines, but can't land any of that damage. Ryko first on the scene now. Bomb is on site, looks to get planted. Good engage to the first and the second of Ryko. Looks at that triple, but now he's flanked out by 2 men. Dex involved against Ryko. Needs to turn that AK back on Maxter and reducing it to a 2v2. Bomb now needs to get planted. Time is against them. They're searching for more CT presence, though. Will finally look for a safer plant. Maxter will try and protect. Get out of the way from us being looked for. AK sees him swinging in, gets his spray together, and Badgemy stands alone. Another 1v2. 1 player close. Dex will drop. Last man round the corner. Would have been heard there. Taps that bomb. No kits in play. Molotov's also with Badgemy. He's going to try search aggressively, though. And Max is waiting for him to extend. He's now going to start making his moves. Make some noise. But Badgemy, that Molotov just to confirm it. Just Max swings forward for the kill. Another 1v1 clutch going the way of Eyeballers. 3-0 stars. They're not getting away with the confidence they were hoping for out of them. Lost weapons and lost bonus only building for the opposition.
I tell you what, force buy again. I think for Olymp, they're looking really dangerous. And for Eyeballers, I'm very pleased with their quality in the late round. That's not an easy one to work. You keep getting re-smoked towards A, you get driven into B, rotates are coming in quickly, players are coming through Temple, CT, B main, and they don't get too pressured. They manage to get the bomb down, they keep their calm. Yes, the rounds are competitive, but they're off to a flyer.
Indeed, they will buy again. 3 M4s this time to work with. 1 boosted and trying to get above that smoke at Electric. No one's being seen so far. Eyeballers very slow in these initials. The defaults are careful to consider. Probably because they have been resisted so well by the Polish side. They don't want to lose any early opening frags. And right now they won't. Gamble heavy defensives from the Polish team. 4 men on the B side as things stand.
But you've got to gamble when you're force buying, right? Because you just don't have the util to be able to play defaults. Moonwalk trying to get on the front side of the molly, trying to see if he can peek. Timing's really good. Oh, doesn't get away with the double kill though.
Try from Bob XD. Might take a swing for a range game fight, but Raiko can just tag him up, force him away. Now, bomb still back out of the stairs angle over towards water. Raiko will finally take Bob XD down, so advantage will tip the way of Walczaki. Bomb gets recovered, and Max will try getting into that canals with his position. A-site will look to be the target initially, but they have got options, and as they see nothing more towards canals, they start re-aggressing to try and take Electric back.
But we're seeing a lot of movement from the CT side, constantly taking space, constantly being able to try and press for information. Now, Raiko is in a dangerous angle because he's worried about main and worried about Electric, and he doesn't have a teammate that can crossfire with him.
Here's those footsteps coming in of his teammate, though. That's just information for Eyeballers. Molotov to the back lines, or blind off 1 player. Max to catch that kill on Raiko. Priority is for the bomb plant for Rolf. 3-on-3 has been secured. Man was seen in the back lines. Smoke will come out to that tempo entrance, so Sammy will just try blind firing, but get nothing for his trouble again.
Well, this should be a save. No util, no kit. Very difficult round to win.
Olin making noise. And a bait in Rolf as actually Dex to fight away against him. SMG gets his kill together. Looks for that rifle. Dex swings back to try counter the punish to get the train. Swinging in for a little bit more. It's a wide face, but not all the way to that contact. Max is still waits. Samey's back to turn. Kill out of the first man. Second trades in back. Badby so low. And Dex has still got time on his side. Another 1v1 clutch for Eyeballers. This time by virtue of the timer and the save call. Will still go the way of the Swedish side for 4-0 start. Badby doesn't want to get too frustrated right here. They've still done so much damage, and with the way that they've been buying, they may well go for it one more time here. They're now on max loss bonus. The streak still sits with the opposition.
I think buying again is a very good strategy. It's very rare you see this, right? This is a very unique circumstance of continuing to force buy, but it's just because there's so little surviving here for Eyeballers. The economy is so close to a reset. And they keep showing their depth in these post plants. But don't get me wrong, the early to mid round looks uncomfortable. But as soon as they get the bomb down, we're seeing that flare from the Eyeballers.
A good and confident round is what Eyeballers need at the moment. Look at Rolf here, hoping the extensions will start coming out towards B main. He's going to get what he wants though. Matt 10 engaged against 2 men. He drops them both. Excellent work from him.
And now from here, you should just pack and group. Lurk smoke can come out. You start driving CTs aggressive. They know how much they've liked gamble stacking, playing as heavy units. Well, that's going to be round over already. What a great sequence coming from the Lurk outside B.
Think about all this force buying from Walczaki, the amount of pressure they've applied, the amount of times they've tried to go in for these force invests, and nearly getting it down to Eyeballers' reset, and then for them to come out with a moment like that and a round where all 5 may still hold their lives. Olymp is the only player to stop them in their mid-aggress. First time that we've seen Eyeballers go for any mid-control. Olymp cut down by Rolf. And as the A site opens, it confirmed that the round is indeed finished. The last 2 players have to save their guns. There's no choice in the matter on that.
And maybe the eyes can be a bit deceiving about Anubis. You look at it in the last 3 months and go, geez, 1 win, 5 losses. It's not being played very much. It looks quite uncomfortable, especially in Tier 2. But let's remember how this year started. The first tournament of 2026 for Eyeballers was the Blast Bounty. And after beating FaZe in their opening matchup, they went up against Vitality. And what did they do in that best of 3, Jay? They picked Anubis against the French. And they ended up against the now international side, getting an overtime. Now, it wasn't a win, but look at that. I mean, Eyeballers versus Vitality, and you can get them to OT on this map. Now, they started on the CT side, ended up getting 5 rounds. Their T side, they ended up getting 7. If you can do that against the era-defining #1 team in the world, then I look at this and think, well, you could do it against the Poles. They just need to find a little bit more consistency on this map.
And they found some confidence in a round there. 4 players alive. The attempted exit is the only thing that they lost out. Excellent from Rolf's part of things. 3 kills in the round 2 on that Mac 10. M4 was recovered and of course applied, and the Poles finally down by 0 and 5 will take a tactical timeout, the first of the day.
Have a chat to SNX, who I was mentioning earlier. Him and Olymp were teammates for over 2 years, playing 250 maps together on HLTV. So there's a good relation between what was SNX as the in-game leader and Olymp as the anchor. It's only been a recent change. Only noticed SNX's name on Liquipedia in this one tournament and the Nodwin Clutch series. Every other event so far this year, he's not been listed.
Walczaki, weapon sets available to them. They will be buying in with the saved guns. A little bit of bonus cash. AWPs can also come in. Economy being where it is, kind of surprised that we've seen it out at this stage. Eyeballers. These 5 in a row have not been a walk in the park at all. And pressed on. Multiple 1v1 clutches just coming together for themselves. So that last round being as confident as it was is definitely not the norm. I certainly will need to lock in for another good round. And they can maintain a 6-0 start here on T-side. That certainly would be a wonderful way to kick things off.
The Poles know that they are very dangerous in the first 30 seconds. These info plays and extensions to opening picks have been good. They just need a little bit extra, and perhaps the AWP on the upgrade might make that difference. We've seen not the best of buys right in the Force buys. They've constantly had MP9s, M4s, FAMASas, not great util. Now we've got kits. Now we've got an AWP in play. But Eyeballers with the 5-0 start could not ask for any better than that.
Smokes in towards mid. We'll now give him a little bit of space to work with. JW. Molotov's in support as Rolf. That catches that opening kill again with the extensions out towards main. JW is the most aggressive player though. Moonwalk. Expecting him to have pushed this angle, but he's waiting for something to reveal, and JW is not moving an inch from his position as present. Fight still goes better for the AK, despite the dink off of Moonwalk to start it off. 5-on-3 scenario, secured by Eyeballers here.
And it's back-to-back rounds now that the B extremity player of Rolf has been able to work an opener against those players just trying to search for space. Now, there might still be two defenders on B. I don't think that makes much difference here for the Eyeballers.
Especially as one goes down from beyond the smoke. Olymp trying to challenge at the edge of it, and Rolf gets away with very little damage done towards him. Badgeby now at Glyph. Smoke against his position. Bomb will be seen. He can take down Rolf, finally get that trade back, but Bob XD fast to respond. And Eyeballers are now starting to get all over this matchup. 6-0 with 4 alive this time in the post plant. Samey, maybe get 1 kill out of main. Not even that's going to be allowed. Max can take him down. Ask his team if they want the AWP, and they do. Get it for free in a 6-0 start.
And as of map number 1, Rolf has now surpassed 1,200 maps played on HLTV. Quite an achievement for still quite a young player. 21 years old. I only remember yesterday when he was playing on the WePlay Academy League, right, with the Young Ninjas. How far he's been able to progress his career up and get himself inside of the top of Tier 2. Just getting kill after kill, and this has got to be so frustrating for the Poles, because you've had it really close, and then you've had just 2 shut-up rounds, haven't you? Where you've not even competed, you've not even been able to put up damage against them.
It felt like they're on the verge of being reset, but Walczaki just unable to find the necessary reset point. The one thing about damage, you can force all you want, you can bring it as low as you can, but if you can't find that backbreaker, then it's all meaningless. Eyeball is proving that point pretty handily here. Hero M4 and Olymp for the next setup. It's a half buy around it for Marcin, for Ryko being the next best weapon. Another heavy-handed stack towards that B play. Nothing on A at all. Olymp's watching from mid. Bobex team's going to walk right past that window. Has evaded that contact to the CT side, JW. Zor will also be wary of the angle as the flashes come in, the Molotovs out, and Moonwalk will still get the kill onto BobXD, so one trade secured, and a man advantage held.
This is the slowest T side of Anubis that I've seen in quite some time. Normally we get quite a lot of aggro plays towards water, into mid, pressurizing B main. Eyeballers have come in with a game plan to run the clock, and so far it's been very successful.
I've just lost a player for it, though, and they're walking into the gamble stack this time again. Walczaki have been very, very clear on their four-man setups, and this is another one of them. Smokes him out of the execution. Roll squad players very close towards contact. Finds Sammy, quick adjustment back to the second ore. That is wonderful shooting from the man. Even lands up a triple. Moonwalk is the only man left in resistance, and even he will fall. Olymp to the back lines coming in from CT. Smoked off. I think he was hurt there too. Maybe not actually. Now searching, JW will get caught for it. Tagged him with half HP. Dex is also low. Blind fiving on the smoke, getting closer and closer to the man. Dex, is he going to extend? He may well do so. I'll just wait for Olymp to start to make the moves instead. Around the bomb site, Shadow Scene. Dex is giving himself up, and will hold that angle for Olymp to slow peek his way into a round win for the Polish side.
Well, it's only a matter of time until you win a clutch, right? It doesn't matter if it's the first half or the second half. You can't just have every 1vx in the world going one direction and not going the other. Great round coming through from Olymp, but what an effort in from Rolf. Shooting was just precise, really sublime out there coming into jail. Not easy to be able to hit what the first player around default, around pillar, look back towards the back default angle, and then go back into almost electric. Just so many different places, and yet he just nails everyone.
And that triple definitely made it a lot better for Eyeballers. Made sure that Walczaki didn't really get away with much in that round. The AWP was saved. The only thing that's held over, though, along the round victory, money states for Eyeballers. Now supported. Moonwalk is M4 into camera. Raiko's taken down BobXD to start things off. Moonwalk going court, switching to utility. Not expecting next to be so close, so the kill gets found. AWP is saying he misses a basic shoulder shot. Man was revealed, and Olymp will drop next. Advantage taken. Now Sammy standing alone. Backups on the way in towards mid. Ross watching it. He just caught him with his head turned away. Kill found. Orpa Sammy can't find a man, but Dex will trade it back with the response. He stands alone now. Known towards the T side. The bomb can back away from water, get into the B site, and secure a post plant.
We saw an incredible individual, let's say, best of three from Joski yesterday. Map 2 and Map 3, he was just farming. And right now, I'm wondering if we're getting a life game out of Rolf. He's just hitting everything. Every single kill, every angle he's holding. They're just getting lurk kills. I mean, right there, the timing looks quite good for Raiko, doesn't it? You're thinking, oh, both players going into camera. He's going to go through that temple smoke. But no, Rolf just still batters him.
I mean, what a life game to have on what is quite literally your weakest map in the pool. Least played, least won, and yes, it might be at a higher level, but it was a punch pick for a very good reason. Walczaki. Broken investment stay off the back of that now. The AWP in the semi once again, but lost out to JW on his own AWP pick. Quite a matchup from the veteran, but not like he needs to be all that loud. Eyeballers still hold a 6-round advantage, have the half advantage at this stage. And can extend it even further to pretty dire straits, honestly, for the CT side.
Well, this might be the most competitive 7-1 score I've ever seen. We're getting opening man advantages, we're getting 1v1s. It's insane to think that this scoreline is so one-sided.
It's so oxymoronic, a competitive 7-1, but you are right, like, it really has been. Eyeballers, so many clutches being won out by them. Walczaki, their only round win that they've taken has been a clutch. Economy has favoured the Swedes. Smokes on camera. Dex swinging ahead of it to get a kill in, and now he starts to hit his own shots. 7 deep in this matchup. Olymp and push forward that smoke over a camera and walk right into Maxter, who was ready for them to try and spring that trap. With that casualty, I think that it might be a lighter A setup, so they walk their way back through that smoke, get into the plant and into the site. Raiko and Badgeme 2v5 from here. All they can do is try and survive. Even BobXD might take that away from them.
And this is the kind of performance that you would have hoped and expected Sinners to have yesterday against Young Ninjas, where they're going up against a weakened team and they're just pumping them. They're just frying them individually. And perhaps it's a mindset. Eyeballers have come in with a respect, but also quality. Maybe there were times where there was a lack of respect being offered from Sinners, doing things of over-peaking and maybe committing to fights they shouldn't do. Raiko's going to try his very best to hold on to the weapon, but he's just being caught on jiggles. Eventually, he's just going to get swung by everyone, so no way this AWP stays in play. Might be able to drop the odd kill here or there, though. Dex also gets no scope, so very good sequence in from Raiko.
Oh,
JW,
no.
the classic JW fnatic knife.
Just to make absolutely certain that they are in their own heads.
And you know what's so funny here? I actually truly believe this. If Fnatic came knocking towards JW and said, we want to buy this entire team, I think JW would say no. He'd turn around and say, we've built this organization from the ground up. What, you just want to buy us out? We're just going to move over? No chance.
I mean, it doesn't help the fact that JW is literally an organization co-founder and, you know, stakeholder in the team.
Yeah.
So you have to buy out the whole brand at that stage. And power to him for it. And he's running riot individually. His team are running riot. Rolf's doing so at the moment. And Badgerme's at least going to take that opening kill for the CT side of that one responsive. Or Dex has seen the one man extending. Kill found. Moonwalk not realizing the weaknesses of his position. Advantage taken aback. Nearly responded to by Sammy, but Dex gets out of the way of that M4 spray. Doesn't know exactly where he's extended to. Gone back in a sight or moved on towards mid. It's all timing. And he doesn't get caught on the right moment.
Rolf might think this is his time to peer in towards B. Now, he's been very passive outside of B main, but at periods, he's been given the green light to try and walk, to try and get a contact. And right here, it looked as if the timing was good against Sammy. The pre-aim is better from the other side.
Justin well. Now Badgeme looks for that AWP play around the corner. It's close quarters combat for JW. Nearly shotgun AWPing here at Electric. Scoped in to look for that shot. Does take him down. Olymp now done moving. Utility being thrown in by JW. They're trying to telegraph some sort of rotation. They would have held that drop off in from mid. So JW will have his head turned away from Sammy, who will strike the man down. Maxter decide to slow rotate back in towards the A-bomb site. A 1v2 in the post plan. This time for the favor of the retakers of Walczaki. They just need one. Maxter needs two. They're coming in real quick though. Smoke at camera will block off Olymp. He goes for the fight. Olymp just takes him down. And that's the second round of the Border Poland.
Olymp looks very good. He won the 1v2 to be able to get their first round. And then right there, he's pre-aiming, waiting for a fight, and it comes straight towards him. I wouldn't say he's carrying, but he's making a difference to trying to create opportunities. Eyeballers will look at that round and say, oh, look, it was quite competitive. I mean, Maxter, without a doubt, if he drops down from mid, he'll get that kill towards the canal. But when they're double B, especially with Sammy being on the bomb site directly, you don't really want that fight. Didn't quite work out the way that he hoped. Poles get up to 2. I mean, they really need to get 4. You've got to go undefeated towards the end of the half.
Eyeballer still could take a 10-2 overall. Weapon state definitely indicates it's so. They've got a buy available for round 11. Walczaki. A lot of work needing to be done here with the SMG still as a weak element of Moonwalk setup. Despite their round win, despite a couple players staying in play, it's still testing against their name.
JW's looked very consistent on the AWP. Might only be on 7 kills, but he's just been scaling so many angles, just working, shifting. They've not hit A very frequently since the start of the game. AWP getting boosted up towards mid. Raiko's vision. Oh, he's seen them both, but the spam comes back and it connects for Bobek.
On Badgerman is hoping he can try and get back on the blind sprays himself, but Incendiary just to cut them off. Smoke's also in the way. Counter Molotov will try and drive him away, and he will be successful in that regard for JW. Looking back in towards the window, Moonwalk will be revealed, but JW's turned away from. We're a little bit awkward on the challenge of the SMG, but he does win out that fight in the end.
Dex might have a good timing against Moonwalk, might be able to exploit mid. Not a huge amount on the clock, and the boost from Bobek got good vision. At least they know that there's one player in mid and heard him.
Trying to get up on a higher ground instead with that Q. Dex goes for the swing and takes the casualty back. Now Samy's on the AWP defensive. Electric gets that first shot, dives back out to watch out for A main, or B main rather. Dex is involved in that one. Max can take that trade badge with 2 on the return. And the last player standing is Dex. Bomb's been dropped on site. He's making his way in real quick. 10 seconds. There's no time towards it. He's caught by Olymp on a flank. And Eyeballers will lose 2 consecutively. Finally, some strength and life here in Walczaki.
A bit of a shame for Eyeballers. They pressurize mid. They're hoping to force an over-rotation towards Temple. They drop down Canals, and there's still 2 on B. The AWP is just a bait. Even though the death comes in pretty quickly from Sammy, it sets up Bajmi on the backside. And I actually have been fairly impressed by the CT setup. But knowing that city side of Anubis is difficult, and knowing how many clutches have been lost, they haven't played poorly. They've just not been successful at maybe times that they could have been. It's a real shame that they're down so heavy on the scoreboard, because even at 3-8, I don't know how much more of this second half is going to be left.
That's the thing, isn't it? Scoreline advantage is going to favor Eyeballers no matter what happens in this half from here. You know, either a particularly poor second half, or Walczaki to get a particularly great T side out of them. The statistics actually don't favor them on T side all that much, so by the numbers, it will be a difficult affair no matter which way you cut it. Eyeballers, 1 AK available to them in the last round of the half, 1 on maxed up pistols for everybody else, and Max has already been tagged up pretty heavily here. Dex swings up, AWP shot on Sammy misses. Incendiary will block them from making their way deeply in towards mid. They've done their damage, not quite gotten the kills for him, but at least they've put Eyeballers on an even further back foot than they already were at.
Very good cancel. There's so much counter util there from the CT side. Bobek up against the AK. Pre-aim is really good from Olim.
Lands him down. Another one to fall. Eyeballers. Bomb rotating in towards the B play. You've got Raiko and Bajmi with Sammy on rotation. Necessary. Dex going to challenge out towards mid. Another miss shot of the AWP, but fortunately 2 automatic weapons in behind the man will take him down. Raiko Electric will get picked up. Bajmi got 1 kill on Maxter before the smoke and bloom. Going to charge forward towards that dip position. Rolf can take the trade. He's been a little bit quiet in his last handful of rounds. He's now gotten the bomb down, and a 2v3 to play against JW's in support.
This is very winnable. Now that smoke's going to waste quite a bit of time. The Temple one's going to clear though.
Oh, look at JW. He's making moves. Rolf hears them coming. Will get taken down by Olim. JW, bomb's not planted for him, and they're right on the defuse. They're not even going to waste time with it. He won't have time to make anything happen here. They acted a little bit too quickly on Walczaki, so it will be an 8-4 opening half for the Eyeballers.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Advantage Eyeballers in the opening map of the series. Walczaki tried the punish pick and it hasn't worked out all the best for them. However, in the last few rounds, they have been able to connect 3 overall. So that's 4-8 down as they move into their T side of Anubis.
But eyeballers will feel that they've been very threatening right now, that Rolf has performed at an adequate level individually, and everybody else has performed to a decent level. What they need right now is to convert early. Now, that might be to win a pistol, win an anti-force buy, win a first gun round. The round diff is really going to help them here.
USP to JW, instantly domed in by Badgemy, who draws out first blood of the T side line. Advantage Walczaki, eyeballers. Waiting for something to present to offer that advantage right back here. They've got mid access, B access to the flashes in against Badgemy will not be all that effective. Corp completely blinded. Dex now starts searching in for mid to be exposed towards the left-hand, right-hand peaks, and there's 3 players that we're going to have to meet him here.
All timing. Dex knows he needs to at least try and get one, gets gooshed instantly, never easy.
Maxter also overwhelmed by Ryko in an instant. Quick adjustments from BolXD will try to get back towards the mid position, but that action is going to draw them in towards the B site instead. They think it's an A play, and now they realise the mistake they've made to offer up all that space, all that defensive. From the back lines, Rolf will try and challenge, doesn't get anything for his trouble. Any damage being done towards the T side at this stage. Finally, one tag lands on Moon with minimal done, and him and Sammy will clean house for all 5 alive, and a perfect pistol for Walczaki.
And the Poles have got to get as much out of this best-of-3 series because, unfortunately, they had to forfeit their game versus Bird from Sky's team earlier this afternoon in ECL. So they've already dropped 6 places in VRS coming into this one. Now, yeah, the difference is quite heavy between you and eyeballers, but knowing that this is a 2-1 game, knowing that this is a tournament that could progress you in towards a LAN as an unorged project, you've got to at least claim a map in the series. You've got to give a fight back to a top team like eyeballers.
Opportunities like this will come very, very few and far between.
And this is very unique. We are legitimately seeing a double eco.
Still aboard the Kevlar on upgrades. Both the Deagles will be enough here. JW seen a shoulder of one man, took the pop shot anyway. Hate cheese. Right now where he wants them to. Tees didn't extend in the way he expected, but Walczaki are in mid control and now leaning in to get even more so. Deagle's still going to try and fight from range here. Utility coming in here. Telegraph, they're going to try and isolate him. He still managed to get a kill back onto Ryko, so that's one response. Bomb drop to null. Olymp sees him with a reswing.
Not a huge amount of util. Dex has got one smoke that he can re-smoke off towards A. Now it's promising split potential. Olymp with the bomb, everybody else grouped together. Gets very silent here from the Poles.
Max has leaned forward, doesn't land anything. His teammate right behind him. He will be on the pillar. Olymp's going to get hard. Same is going to watch for the position. Good headshot is secured. Response is there. Bob XD, next port of call. 5-7 and main. Baxter turns towards him. He takes his chance to strike and does take down one. But Bob XD is left inside of the smoke and with no vision. Dex caught on the back lines. The backstab cut off. Samey taps that bomb once. It's only a tap though. He's going to try and force Bobek into a fight which he can't win. In the end, Moonwalk will take him down. Damage done heavy to the Walczaki side, but 6 still to their board.
Well, Rolf will be disappointed in himself. We all know how difficult headshots are when they're not looking at you, when you're behind them and they've got their backs turned. But if he gets that kill cleanly, I think he can escape behind B main and get towards harder cover. Because it takes him so long to get that kill with the 5-7, he gets forced out in the open. He's not in a good pause. Bobek doesn't come through with a clutch. Another very competitive one between the two. But I mentioned it being a double eco. They don't win it, so they'll go by into a very light investment.
This time JW doesn't hit any headshots out of his Deagle here. Molimp going to mow through him with a Mac 10. Look on the split on Maxter's. Rolf Deagles goes a little bit better on the low positions. Oh god, they're getting 3 kills between him and Maxter. Rolf dips in for another! Oh, heads rolling out of main for his 21st kill of the game! And now him and Maxter are tagged up. Samey's alone in the 1v4 and the rest of the CTs have now arrived. This is the eyeballer steal they looked for in the previous round. Now they get sent in by this one. Samey's throwing weapons away to ensure they can't pick it up on the CT side basis. They hear him dropping equipment, trying to get rid of it, trying to get out of dodge. One AK has been recovered. But this is the steal that Eyeballers were looking for with the damage of the previous round as well. It's on for a reset. Mac 10 kill for the bonus. Dex doesn't get it. The same, he's got so much more to do.
There is a pathway to get this bomb down on A. Now, is this winnable? Probably not. I think a plant and an extra kill is definitely workable. Everything after that is going to be so difficult, and he tries to slow it in. He's trying to hope to bait a rotation.
You hear Rolf running, he might have done. Ball checking the windows, Till still found. Samey isolating these fights. Tagged at 35. Bob XD is going to try and meet him directly. Flashbang forward, looks back line. Does not see that backstabbing individual, and Bob XD can put him down. One AK saved. Second one, I think, will just get recovered there. And Rolf's laughing about it. Bob XD has got an XD on his face too. And that is the opening round for the Eyeballers. Not even a through set of rifles.
And I've probably casted more of Rolf than I've had hot dinners, but I'll tell you right now, Jay, I've never seen him frag like this before. This is a crazy performance. He is not an active player. He is not an individual that's put in star roles, but he is farming. He is hitting so hard right now.
Look at the buy state of Walczaki. Mac 10s, Tech 9s, and a Galil. That's what the damage has compounded to, those pistols. Rolf doing God's work in that last round and in this matchup in general. 21 deep. He has had the game of ages, and what a time to do so. On the pickier opponents with a map that you don't do well on in general for the Eyeballers, and now here to lock in the confidence is Rolf and Maxton once again. 2 more kills for Rolf. Olymp, known towards electric moonwalks, seen out towards canals, will get the pickup on JW, but now they've got all the info they need here, Eyeballers.
For whatever reason it is, we probably won't get an answer. We are seeing really consistent, high-impact individual moments across these best of threes. Bobek is being caught by what looked to be a bit of an easy kill. Rolf transitioning out towards B with the blockage of the smoke. Now, there is a B-split chance, and Rolf just gets a spam kill. And there is nothing here from Olymp. He's looked very good in the clutches. He's definitely been determined to try and win as many rounds forward. It's a very good timing onto Rolf, and he gets it into another 1v1.
Bombs in the open, he's exposed. The AK spray doesn't quite come up. He runs out of ammo.
Shame.
And Dex can just about recover it, just about hold an AK over. For Walczaki, that could have been a match-saving clutch, but in the end, it falls apart. And they've got no money to work with now. They have to eco into a rifle in the next. And that could mean 11-6 for the Eyeballers.
And just think about what we've seen across these last few rounds of Swiss. We had, Exist doing really well for Coalesce. Era had a couple of really good maps. Malo 9 out on Nuke. We saw Joski yesterday. Era, I don't know, man. Something is cooking that's just allowing players to nearly drop 30. I mean, Exist dropped, what, 39 out there on Ancient? I don't know. Something's in the air.
Whatever it is, I'm loving it. Dude, this has been great. Rolf roasting them all. Walczaki going to force the issue into round 17. They're going to try and force out this advantage. Eyeballers may well take a map point as a result. Moonwalk can find Dex first up. Player of the Fountain kill on the first, not the second though. Surrounded by T-side presence, and the backup slow to get here. JW smoked off. Inside of that smoke, heaven bomb tapped and held all the way down. Advantage still sits with Walczaki here. The weapon states. I will try and hunt around for exit frags with them.
Just see what presents. Ryko, close range, hoping for someone to come through from the bricks. Eyeballers are not making any noise at all.
Sitting there trying to get Sem, but Ryko evaded that damage, so that might be miscommunication, misdirection. Smoke's clear, JW searching. Smoke on main. We're going to search. Rolf gets 2 kills out of it. Same as AK engages 1. Tech 9 on the back of the bomb site, desperate to hold on. Same gets his kills in the end, and damage is done by the Tech 9 to give AK the finishing blow. It's the Samey triple, an individual moment from the Polish side. which will get a 7th and steal one back from Eyeballers.
Well, it's a real shame that we just don't get a lot of impact from the two A players. You've got Bobek on the pillar and then Dex close towards A main, and between the two of them, they get one kill. Now, it doesn't really matter what happens in that exchange. One person has util, one person's jiggling, one person's wide swing. Don't matter. You have to get more than one kill. You've got to be getting 2, maybe even 3. Not good enough. Overwhelmed by pace.
Walczaki been on the back foot, trying to get game on in this matchup. They have forced a harsher eco out of Eyeballers, and this time with only a couple of deagles and upgrades. They're going to try and fight with them. JW down first. Bob XD back at the A bomb site for defensive. Mid's been cleared open with that kill. There's no response generated whatsoever from the Eyeballers here. Just hunker down on the bomb sites and hope for the best from here.
Ryko, good pre-aim. And Eyeballers are just focusing on the next gun round. And I think with this being a fairly competitive score, we are anticipating Rolf to drop 30. Eyeballers, can they just get a little bit more around even just some damage on the eco? They've got themselves one kill, but the 2 deagles left, I mean, maybe one more at most.
Well, Dex trying to catch heads turn to the side, but fired prematurely, can stabilize the aim. Walczaki get within 2 of the leaders of Eyeballers, the closest they've been since the streak had gotten going from the Swedish side in the early portions of the matchup. And was a harsher eco, though. The rifles are back inbound for the Eyeballers here. Every rifle round they win is another one where Walczaki will be pressured to return. Up in from JW. Utility inbound, smokes and Molotovs against his position at the fountain will force him back, but also block access to the T's the same, so it's double-edged sword. The default still looks to line up to the A B play.
The 2 B players at the moment were looking on the left and right hand side of that jail smoke rather than looking in towards electric. Now Maxter gets forced away by util. This looks perfect for a B split. Now there's not great util to block. One more smoke can go down towards main and then one more smoke can come into electric.
Both suppressed in similar positions, both watching electric right now. Players in the main are going to blind spray. The AWP buys blinded with jump face out. Maxter with 2 kills secured. Backup's arrived in Dex. He can't hold on though. Overwhelmed quickly. Maxter in an one's in the smoke. He swings out to the back one's on it. Sees 2, gets caught off as the kills coming for Sammy and Ryko. And it gets very, very confusing, very, very dicey. Chaos involved. JW revealing himself beyond that flashbang. And that leaves him with nothing more left than a 1v3. No leverage over Walczaki. They'll take 9 and they're now within 1.
And you can take stock that even though the last head-to-head was over 6 months ago and a lot's changed from then, the last 2 meetings did feature 3 13-11s. Now I'm looking at how this game has transpired and I'm thinking it might go all rounds of reg again. We might get overtime. There's not much that's pulling the difference between these 2 teams. If Rolf's able to maybe get 1, if Dex on rotation can get 1, then Maxter's double is set up for a round success. He's just not getting the facilitated help from his teammates.
The Eyeballers control and confidence that they established. The difficult task to get there in the first place and felt like it wasn't going to be tested, but now it's about to disappear. Pistols around the saved AWP. JW wants to play conservatively to bring that into the next round because you're not expecting much at all. He'll still try and engage that first contact out of the window. I don't know where he is. They boost their own ult to try and counter him, but nothing is seen. JW is not revealed. He backs up the bomb site. Dex will hold the mid control.
Well, Eyeballers are desperate for an opening man advantage in this round. When you don't have much around the AWP, you've got to force a fight. Amy is waiting, being really patient.
Max is Deagle around the corner, Rolf involved in this one. They do get that kill back. Dex is going to get called by the AWP in the meantime. AK sprays are awkward. Deagle continues to get struck down. And Sammy will eventually land that killing blow. From here, JW and BobXD need to hold on to this weapon, need to keep that AWP rather in check. Still going to try and look for the fight on JW, and he loses his life for it. P250 at range. Try and fight, try to take some casualties, none of which will go their way. And the AWP is a lot less justifiable now here for Eyeballers. 10 apiece, all evened out.
And this is almost giving you the vibe of a best of three that should be the one to qualify one of these two teams to land. Because there's so much pressure, there's so much, let's say, on display. Seen some very good Counter-Strike from the two of them. And at 10-10, it's anybody's game. Say what you want about the percentages of T-side, CT-side, with the X-Factor and clutches that have been converted in both halves. This is up for either squad.
This is only map 1. Walczaki punish pick against the Eyeballers side. Eyeballers have still held them advantage, but that advantage has finally disappeared, and now it rests on Rolf. One of 3 defenders here on the B-bomb side to hold off against the execution, coming in rather simply and quickly. Caught by Sammy first and foremost. Good counterflash involved. And Dex and Maxter just mow through them all. Dex for the triple, Maxter with a double. And it's a meat grinder on the B side today.
That looked perfect. That was an incredible setup coming through from the T's. They come in quickly, they change the pace entirely. We've had some slow defaults, they pop B, they get an entry so cleanly, you think, oh, it's perfect. Maxter's pretty much forced away, he's out of position completely, has to go through that smoke, but it's the vertical crossfire. It's 5 kills in the space of 2 seconds. Oh, that's heartbreak right there for the Poles.
Shut down so simply, so easily. Rolf trying to G up his confidence, but he's starting to lose a lot of fights in these latest few rounds. Still stuck at 27 kills, so close, but yet so far from that 30 bomb. Got Badgemy to 7, but lost his own life in exchange. Walczaki slide down as a result. Eyeballers will not continue regressing.
Moonwalker's just trying to pressure slightly towards A. But for Eyeballers, you might have to start gamble stacking. Dex is getting quite aggressive around the window, trying to see if he can search for a timing. They're going to leave 3 towards A. I like this call, just gamble heavy.
It might just work out for them. Smokes in from Max, just to suppress against the AWP player. The execution is going to be inbound towards the A-bomb site. JW is on first port of call. 45 seconds for them to make the hit happen.
That extra molly's going to try and slow down the lurk players. Now, this looks to be some B pressure from both Electric and from Main, but this has to be an A end, unless they somehow get the B player. If they fall of Maxstar, then they'll commit the bomb into Electric.
They continue with the game plan. JW gets caught napping. Smoke's available from BobXD. We'll try to block them away from the A-bomb site. They're going to have to force forward of it. The lurk player still not getting their casualty, still not getting Max to back, but that bomb's still on the way in. Moonwalk will find Dex on the execution itself, and Max is backed up. He has no idea. Badgeby hears him coming. He's going to send to the back lines. Engage found. Last player standing. 4 seconds. Olin would just get the kill in time. Just plant the bomb in time. No, he hasn't. The distraction's enough. Oh, Maxter, the savior of Eyeballers, as they hit map point.
What is going on right now? Oh, that's such a good call from the Poles. They've done everything right there. They're selling the fake towards A. They've got an extremity player in B. They've got the lurk outside of Main. That is the correct call. And why has the B anchor not over-rotated? Oh, I can't believe it. All the success they get towards A. You're thinking, why on earth is Max to still B?
Oh, how close he was to the plant and all. That's unbelievable. Eyeballers now have a chance to surge in, take away the opponent's map pick. They've already got Moonwalk. BobXD this time into that fight. JW is part of the 3-man defensive. They're allowed to walk in towards Electric. Rolf's going to finally end his kill drought. Get to 28 picks. Raiko, his victim. The T's can walk out mid, try to set up flank angles. They might have to wait for Olymp and Sammy to set this up properly. Max will start checking for it. See that AWPer. That might be distraction though. CT's been left unchecked. And Olymp can continue along this backstab. I think the AWPer's watching it though. I think JW's got an inkling. And he still misses that shot, but now that's the jig up. They know Walczaki are trying here. Olymp trying to engage. Does take down Dex. Throws a spanner into the works once again.
They're trying to rotate and shift that bomb back towards A, but they need to freeze. They need to work a timing. Bobek's got some good util, and JW searching.
Finally catches a shot. Sammy will drop. Olymp and Badgme now move together. Olymp moving through camera. Bobek, head turned away. Wrong moment to do so. Olymp again going to try and force the issue and save his side. A bomb plan will be secured. But Eyeballers up man in this retake.
And Olymp's just trying to fight. He's just trying to search. He's trying to go aggressive. He's trying to cut a rotation out from CT. He's already dropped 22. Can he get an ace? Can he get himself up to 25 on a crossfire with Badgme?
Olymp would have been hard. Incendiaries will burn away. Olymp watching. HE, center of mass. A lot of damage, but he still goes falling, as does Badgme. JW will close it with Max to support and all. The hero of the late game for Eyeballers. And a 13-10 result on their worst map in the pool. They take the first of this best of 3 of the opponent's own pick.
And for Eyeballers, they do play a 7-map map pool. They don't have a defined permaban. They ban Nuke and Dust 2 frequently, but they normally ban the opponent's strengths. Now, in this context, we know that even though they'll play everything, Anubis is on that weaker end. It's not a good map for them. It's the only map in the entire pool that's featuring a losing streak, but this was a very good performance today. Now, at 8-1 up, you maybe feel that they could have closed earlier. This was still a very competitive affair. This was up against a strong Polish side. They brought in some really good threat in that opening map.
Indeed, they did, and it really started off the back of a bunch of clutches, right? Because we thought it wasn't going to be the easiest affair. I mean, that was the closest 7-1 scoreline we'd ever seen in our lives, and in the end, it turned into a pretty close matchup towards the end of the day there. It does kind of suck for the Polish side because you've put in the hard yards, right? And you really could have argued yourselves to have been able to win that matchup. If a few clutches went differently, with how down to the wire it went in those first few rounds, maybe you would have turned this one towards your favor.
And it almost makes you wonder and question why this year has looked disappointing for them, why they're outside of the top 80 on VRS, because you can tell they're a good side. They really gave a fight back there towards Eyeballers, and it's now a position, because of not taking a map, you're probably not going to have much of a chance in this series. Mirage is a real strong suit coming through from the Swedes. Eyeballers are going to look to try and crush a 2-0. And now for the Poles, you might even be in a position getting forced into a Swiss round 5 game. We might not even see them at the LAN. That's a real shame, because that was a really good performance to start off the series.
Oh, it's not over yet in terms of the competition. It's not even over yet in this best of 3 series. But as we were saying at the start of the series, the back end of the Vita is what looks most juicy for the Eyeballers. For the Walczaki side, they really need to get involved at the start of things. They wanted to have a chance. That punish pick needed to go for them, but it didn't. So Mirage indeed will be a tough task after the break.
Isten hozott do híresek Čornokábor. Vítejte v síni slávy Tipsportu, místě zasvěceném největší komunitě sáskařů. Profi výbava analytika plechtiče, který inspiruje.
Co děláš?
Držím palec.
Ukáž?
Držíme palce všem sportovním i sáskařským hrdinům. Tipsport.
If you
What a performance by Rolf and the boys as Eyeballers will take map 1 in this best of 3. Rolf had quite a life game, if you want to call it that. Just quite a performance in general on what is the worst map in the pool for Eyeballers, and that was the punish pick of the opposition of Walczaki. Now we move into Mirage, where the whole task gets so much more difficult for the Polish side. You're already calling them being eliminated from the competition. And look, at this stage, I wouldn't be too surprised if they were starting to get that information themselves.
I think, unfortunately, you just have to play the teams in front of you and take your chances, right? With fnatic potentially being a team that can go 2-2, Tricked being another one, Sinners being there as well. This is a best of 3 when you perform to that level. You really want to be taking your map pick, right? And I think you go into Mirage, and it's not even a punish. I mean, this is the most picked map in the pool for the Eyeballers and just the worst one for the Poles. They really suck on Mirage. They've got 1 win in the last 3 months being against Leo. They're not even taking double digits against low-ranked Tier 2, even Tier 3 squads. So this is going to be a near impossible mission to get this 1-1 and into a decider.
Yeah, you are asking for a miracle at this particular stage, and it's just like, I don't even know where you even begin to start to formulate a comeback in these current circumstances. I don't even know where you begin to start to approach the rest of this best of 3 series, because even if they do manage to get past this Mirage, you've got to go in towards Inferno, and it's just like, well, again, similar story, not a great map for yourselves, also not great for Eyeballers, but we just saw how they contended on a not so great map for themselves on the opening. So it's like, you've just got virtually no opportunities here. You're going to need to seriously apply the pressure and apply like the luck almost to a certain extent if you want to get past this map up. I'm expecting a very easy affair now for Eyeballers, considering that they were already competitive. Even if they lost that map up, they would have looked competitive on the back of their own opponent's map pick. So again, positives for the Swedes, and they should be making their way into the play-ins now.
Even for Rolf, that was the highest rating he's ever performed on Anubis. The last one was a 1.83 back in May of last year, and he just dropped a 1.97. That was an insane performance from him. Now, I think going into Mirage, we're looking at a little bit more of the role players to be able to step up to the plate. But I think when you put in that kind of a showing, especially as an anchor, the expectation is that you're going to keep striking forward. Now, I think for the Poles, we need to see Sammy looking quite good on that AWP. I think Olymp is critical. The problem is he's just another anchor spot. Like, he's just another player not in active positions. He was winning clutches. He was putting up numbers. It's almost a shame he maybe didn't get more help earlier in the game, especially when they were down 1-8. I think if a few more rounds go not so much differently in the clutches, but more impact fraggers in early portions of the rounds or even in the mid portion, we'll probably see a more competitive scoreline, and that may have been enough to be able to turn it to go 1-0 up.
I mean, you say a more competitive score, and it was already 13-10. Now, I'm more looking towards the idea that Walczaki could have been able to win now that map up if they were able to win one of those clutches or make one of those small adjustments like you mentioned there. Again, that 7-1 was extremely competitive. One good reset was all that they needed to claim an advantage in the early portions of that map up, and then we could be having a very different conversation at this stage as we head into this Mirage. But the reality is that the conversation we're having is one of a simple 2-0 measure. Eyeballers, they had them back to go 2-1, but they're going to go one step further than that. It's Mirage, their own map pick in this best of 3.
The Eyeballers have been climbing and showing strength throughout this tournament. They would have been very disappointed with their opening loss to Unity, but we do need to remember that they were 3-12 down on Mirage and came back to bring it all the way to overtime. Since then, they battered the likes of fnatic. They absolutely destroyed MOUZ NXT, and now you come into a best of 3 when a lot of the favorites have been struggling. They've been losing maps. I mean, even Alliance lost a map to Coalesce, right? So I look at this right now for the Swedes, especially JW, and say, make yourself threatening in the competition. Get yourself a 2-0 and look to go into the play-ins.
And the Pistols are live with Eyeballers on the T-side start. Walczaki locking the defensive line pretty handily. Across those 5 maps played between Leo and the likes. Very poor T stats available for the Polish team. Eyeballers default set 2-1-2 split, heavy-handed again on the defensive for Walczaki. It didn't really bode too well for them over on Anubis. Might not do the same here for Mirage either.
Badgemy hoping for first contact to come out from Palace, but how long does he wait?
Not long at all. Finds Max on the first port of call. Raiko and Moonwalk involved with the defensive line. Moonwalk's going to catch another kill back towards the ramp entrance. Bob XD with a kill on Olimp on a responsive. Desperate to continue on the casualties, but they've got that rotator and they have to focus on retaking the bomb site because the bomb is lost to the Eyeballers.
They've got time to try and slow this down, and they do have a player wrapping in. It's all timing on whether JW gets the right moment against Sammy.
Sees him contacting, can't get the kill for it. Backed away, engages, looking to get found. Flash forward, JW continuing to try and engage the man. Shot on from Ryko, finds his casualty, double up on Rolf. Now down to Bob XD. A 1v4, so a pistol win will look to go the way of the Poles.
Bobek is going to just try and make this round expensive, but it's a very defining beginning to come through from them. And unfortunately for the Poles, I think they just have a lack of depth in the map pool. I mean, Overpass is their permaban. Their Mirage is, what, 1 win and 4 losses in the last 3 months. Their Dust 2 has an 8-map losing streak. That's beyond even the last 3 months on HLTV. They've only played the map 6 times in the last 3 months. Their Anubis looks decent, their Ancient's very good, and their Nuke is very good. The problem is not getting Nuke out in a context against the Eyeballers because of the permaban of the opposition. And maybe that's why they're struggling so much on HLTV, Jade. But maybe that's why they're inconsistent, is that they just don't have the depth of the map pool.
And the key discussion point among a lot of the tier 2 teams is the fact that they only really have 1 good map up available to them. At least Walczaki have 2 good map ups, but neither of them out in this best of 3 series, and we're seeing in the other map ups that they pick into, or try to pick into in this context, how very proficiently they can lose to one is a better squad. That Eyeballers result a moment ago has officially put the first map loss for Walczaki against this team on record. It was a 4-0 series streak. The maps coming into this best of 3 now turns towards Eyeballers' chance to not only end that map streak, but also take a series back of their own by comparison. And what a series it would be. Play-ins available to them. Ecos are over for the T-side bases. Rifles are up to contend with.
Now, Eyeballers will have a very slow and defined T-side. There won't be a lot of pace from them. They'll work map control. They'll work extremity timings. They're a very default-heavy team when it comes to Mirage. Out towards top mid with 2. Bomb carrier out in A main. Miss smoke towards window, so pure punishment there from Batchme.
Right, gonna find Bob XD as well, so 5-on-3 established. Eyeballers almost losing another of Dex, but he gets that kill onto Moonwalk. Continue with the execution up here. H-E does not land on Dex's casualty, but he will fall towards Badme in the end. M4 of Ryko, so he wanted sandwich. Don't know about that Tetris player. Continue to make their movements. Went for Max, they killed out of the first. Transition around the corner for the second, doesn't quite get it. Ryko will eventually drop the roof. And same as AWP will pick up the last man, so it's a 3-0 beginning for Walczaki.
But you can't just be missing window smoke and coming out top mid as 2. You're always going to struggle there. And when the trade doesn't come back from Bobek, the round's kind of over already. No matter how successful you are, pathing out of A, pressurizing top con and jungle, you're in a 3v5 already. Very good sequence from both Ryko and the M4 in window. Badgeme just making it look easy.
Indeed he is. Deagle on Dex with 2 other players around him. 3 other players around him, excuse me. Max also has one himself. Gonna try and take that one into the apartments and challenge elsewhere. It is a an eco halfback and around from Eyeballers here. Walczaki careful not to lose to any of these pistol players here. You shouldn't really be expecting a round steal out of Eyeballers in this context. Indeed, Rolf will drop first.
Maybe there is something to be looked at here from Eyeballers, how much they struggled against Unity on this map, and just have it in the back of your mind. 0-3 about to be 0-4. It is a very slow start from them. They won't be pleased. Just how much success can the Poles get with the economy? That's what I'm thinking about. If they can, let's say, keep 4 alive here, make sure the AWP stays in play, and keep the funds high, then it's not going to be easy to reset them.
And for those of you that missed that map up between Eyeballers and Unity, it was a 9-3 opening CT half for Unity. Eyeballers dragged it back into overtime. Demonstrating some CT strength, perhaps. But Dex's strength with Deagles continue to provide the pressure here. Bob XD and Maxter are still tagged low, though, and M4's been recovered. Dex continues to make some noise. Maxter tries to find his way in. 15 seconds for a bomb plant. Moonwalk in over at the sandwich. Headshot from Max is perfect. Can he plant the bomb? He'll try and do it so safely. Olin's caught by Bob XD. Oh, the steal's on again. Not the first time Eyeballers have done this. Walczaki Badgeby alone, burst firing, revealing himself over at jungle. Watched out, the AWP missing. Bob XD needs another stellar deagle shot. Here's him rotating back, getting out towards the bomb site. It's the save at Palm as well. He's not exposed, but he still hits the head. Triple secured and a steal and a half for the Eyeballers.
What is going on right now? Last night, we closed the series down with Joski coming up top con with the deagle, and he just hit 4 blinders against Sinners. I'm looking at that one, I don't know. There's almost nothing in that round, and then it's almost as if you blink and miss it. Not only do they start connecting onto kills, but they start turning it into a winnable situation.
Fully done him. Eyeballers. I haven't fully resetted Walczaki, but you can see how the economy basis is already working against them. SMG and for Martin for the next buy round. And follow this round up, it can fully destroy them and then even up the board in an instant. Fight's attempted, AK in, Dex running up con once again, one player over at jungle, seeing the edge of the smoke adjustment's perfect. Did lose Bob in the meantime.
Badgeby out towards ladder, may be able to drop the bomb. All about timing here for JW. Spoke around, Badgeby's going straight through this.
JW is going to catch him though, back turn, head of smoke, Molotov on low limb, going to be heard of that tag. JW's got the bomb on his back, has to be wary of the man's position. Fight trying to come into the apartment, smokes off, engages. JW's already watching the angle. The mid being supported by Dex, same as AWP. Can only do so much from market. Bomb plant open for short. Both players that remain on Walczaki will start to fall back. Second round of Lord of Eyeballers. What a start this is for them.
And they've proven, even against Tier 1 squads, that not only can they win Mirage, but they can pick it against them and be successful. And that quarterfinal in Bucharest against Astralis, they picked it, got themselves a 13-8. Against NRG, they were able to get a 13-6. Need to get this map ready for the Tier 1 of competition, and that's to get more reps, get more officials against some of the Tier 2 teams online. This was a very concerning beginning. But maybe the expectation of being 0-4 going into the first or the second gun round it would have been. But that eco steal followed up. I mean, it's just changed the game completely. Now you can start dominating.
How quickly the momentum shift has worked for the favor of Eyeballers is so stunning. Walczaki just can't seem to counteract it, can't seem to resist it. Trying to bring in as much as they can to the follow-up round. You've got the AWP M4 combination, SMG in for Olymp. Got a half buy for the players that fell. The same, he's completely overcooked that flick. Bob XD's just taken him down in an instant. Blind sprays in the M4, might provide distraction for Badgeby, but he gets flashed off blinded. Beyond the smoke, he tries to hug that corner. Was he heard tagged up? He might have been. Max has caught Moonwalk in the meantime. The 5-on-3 established here.
Beaten by pace completely. Minute 30 and the round's finished. Even if there's not much investment coming forward, Sammy will be disappointed in himself. That was a shot that he needs to land, especially when you're on a limited buy. Rolf out to the apartments. Bobek here towards short, getting a boost up on the cinder blocks. Timing from the dualies just comes in. It's an easy kill.
Right to Olymp. We'll find one kill on Rolf. Bomb's just going to go for the easy and simple and safer affair to get out of there, get out of that A-bomb site, but Dex will just get the kill before he even reaches contact, reaches connector. So Eyeballers have brought it all the way back to an even stance. Lost bonus will compound the CT side as the rifles will be back in for them. First quarters led to an even stance in general. Eyeballers on the trot, trying to extend the streak even further from here. SMG on Sammy. The weakened element of the round.
Eyeballers not looking to try and bring too much pace towards mid. They've only got one player here from JW, just doing some early anti-rush util, but it's very heavy outside of B. You've got the bomb coming in as 4, and then they're just leaving Dex as a lone player to A.
Bob XD. Surrounded by his fellow teammates, surrounded by the T-side presence who are working their way up and through decks with utility being sent out towards the A-bombs, like trying to telegraph some sort of execution. He's drawing attention away from the short axis, but the utility comes down from the T-side Lions. They see nothing more. Badgme was spotted there by the players in the apartment. BobXD is going to try and cover him, get that kill from beyond that smoke, just about moving on towards him. Rawful flying onto Moonwalk. Olymp in the back sight, just sussed out by Max. They're marking him until he peeked up. That is clinical execution basis from Eyeballers here. Next man down is Ryko, crawling around the site, but getting nothing for his trouble, and the same as SMG. He looks to grab one of those rifles, but he's now revealed himself with that flick shot. AWP will lean up. Missed shot will at least land against the AWP, so Sammy can grab that weapon and save it into the next round, at least try to do so. Now right past him, we'll try and use the smoke to try and get it right back, but either way, mid being watched out by a player now, so Sammy might not look to get away alive in this one. Eyeballers either way will have their fourth in a row. Indeed, BobXD will secure the kill.
Excellent pathing coming through from Bobek, especially against that short player behind the smoke. They get some really clean entries. They even pre-aim that bench position just because Olymp, the jump spotter, they would have seen on the kill feed that he's not fallen out of the kills that we've taken, so he's still got to be on B somewhere. Now, both of these teams aren't grinding in Tier 2. We've got the TNC lads that are playing, what, 190 maps in the last 3 months on HLTV. Mausen XT at 130-odd. You've got the K27 guys at 120-odd. Omega at 120. For the Poles, they've played 52 in the last 3 months, and the Swedes at 72. So they're prioritizing a lot of prac and not just accepting tournament invite after tournament invite.
Our Grey Pistols trying to get involved here. This execution quickly coming in from Eyeballers will not see too much threat outside of the first couple. And we'll stack in towards that ace side. Doesn't quite land the exit frag from Olymp. So now we're up 5 in a row for Eyeballers. Walczaki saving cash in to go for a buy in this round here. So we'll have some money to work with. We'll have a set of weapons. They need to maintain, though. They need to get something greater.
But this is probably where we need to see them fight mid heavily, because nothing's really working. They're sitting back, they're holding a lot of defensive crossfires, and they're just allowing the defaults to run wild. JW going to get a breakage of the smoke because they've not smoked window, they only smoked top mid. Didn't say anything, no one tried to challenge.
Maxed up. Very close to contact on Olymp's position. He's hunting them down or trying to spot players that have gone from underpass, but there's no vision revealed here. Eyeballers are playing perfectly away from the CT contact positions. And their own default. Extremely slow and careful. Consider it an overarching goal, as it was over on the T side of Anubis too.
Olymp's not quite found that same level of individual success like he did on map number 1. I know that he's been focused a lot more towards the B-bomb site, which means it's always going to be difficult to put up numbers. But 2 and 6, jiggling, info, low time for an A split.
Force him out with that Molotov. NGAW is going to get the kill. Smokes on towards Con. That's going to push forward a bit. Get a fight on Ryko. We'll get the kill on towards the man. But BobXD so far to trade. Moonwalk's going to be out in the open. Holding from Sandwich. Badge being involved out towards CT Spawn. BobXD's back will be turned. The M4 can engage him, and that should be enough to suppress 3 on 2. AK hunting. Dropping in for Maxter. Getting his pick together in the end. Bomb now on site. Looking to get planted. JW's high HP. And now sees where Badge B is. The AWP of Sammy also revealed himself as Maxter trying to challenge. 3 points of health for him, though. He's got to be careful how he takes this approach. Smokes a clear flick from JW. Lands on Sammy, and Badgme trying to charge into the bomb site now. He's got no util and no kit for this retake, and a man down and all. JW shot missing from range. He's looking for Max the next, who looks up to that upper position. Still a flick is good from Badgme. 2 points of health though. He's lit beyond belief. Found a kit, trying to bait in that orb, trying to bait JW to make a mistake, but it's just suppression, just time stalling with a low T-side player. Badgme eventually hits his headshot as JW stalled for enough time though. I don't know if he has. He has not. It's another round for Walczaki.
But considering how many clutches we had in map number 1, that I think is the best clutch of the day. That is crazy that he's hit that shot. All JW is trying to do is make sure that he's not on that bomb, that he's not sticking the 5-second. So you don't really ever want to try and find him. You jump spot, you jiggle, and he is just about hit him. 2 HP, insta headshot. Lovely work from Bajmi.
He was slightly too late on that engage, and it wouldn't have been secured, and it would be an eyeballers round. Little things that make the biggest difference. Eyeballers set for a standardized execution, set piece into the A-bomb site. Smokes come out early from the CTs though, so it won't come down just yet.
Good read. Moonwalk was able to see contact early from Sandwich in towards A ramps. They're going to stack up 3 players because of that info.
Here comes the util, Molotov's up, Smoke's down, engage from Ryko, supporting Moonwalk. Moonwalk going to get killed off. Ryko on site, also found by Bob XD. 2 to his name, Bajmi caught. Gap in the smoke and allows Sammy a trade back, but it's still a man advantage for the eyeballers here. Olymp, unknown, however. Bomb plant made on towards him. He tags that right in the face. Sammy just searching. Smoked off from jungle, counter utility is there. Dex is going to get caught down. Now the T's have drawn away from their big old counter flag positions. Back towards Ram, back towards Con. The Con player finds Olin. JW's headshot accurate, same as AWP, too close for comfort. And JW deals with him. The 6 to the board of eyeballers. They reinstate that lead, reinstate their 2-round advantage, and immediately get back on the backs of Walczaki.
But they're just all over them right now. I mean, we saw the polls go up 3-0, and then from that point onwards, the only round they've been able to convert was a crazy 1v2 from Bajmi. For the gun-v-gun rounds, it has been night and day. Eyeballers have been pumping them. Really good individual sequences. We're also seeing some quite chaotic rounds from them. And when we look at Anubis, it was very structured, wasn't it? Very slow from both teams, very precise with map control. You get out to Mirage, and it's starting to become a bit of a scrap fest. There's a lot of dry jewels, a lot of aggro peaks.
The eyeballers coming out on top of all those engages. And back to the default we go, back to the slow passes style, back to evading all the utility damage there. Maxter saw 2 nades land close towards him, but at 94 points of health. Playing the stealth mission in the apartments, an option to split into B if eyeballers can get this short access control. JW's AWP is searching. Utility in towards the mid window. Ryko's for Mars to try and resist them all. It's a blind spray in from Sammy, but kill found a Rolf.
Oh, good pre-aim there for JW. Was really waiting for a swing to come out from CT Ticket. Instead, the Con player just offers it up. Spam is good for Moonwalk, and there's a player boosted. Bajmi's got to try and bait for him.
On top of the opening, it's dinged down. AK Max on the second face will find the fight. SMG of Olymp not cleared out. Dex will be denied. Adjustment to the second's perfect. He's stalling for time. 1v2 though. He stands alone. Stands well. Next to engage against Maxter, and the SMG swings on the AWP in the open with utility thrown out and all. Olin, what a clutch that is from him!
Oh, well, that time they've just given it to him. And there's lazy clearance up on the bomb site in that 4v1. It's a heavy bait setup. I don't think you can blame the first 2 players massively. You can definitely blame the 2v1. There is pure separation. JW is holding from short. Maxter swings wide. Does that swing need to come in? Does JW need to hold the angle? Maybe molly towards default? Oh, they'll be thinking about that one because they have given Olymp a gift.
Panics at the 22nd marker and made all these mistakes, punished by an SMGs. Bob XD wants to try and return the favor. He finds that first fight. Dex can take down Moonwalk, who just removed JW from play. Low HP on Bob. Mid control, A control, all gained. Bomb plant will be secured in a moment's time. Bajmi. One of 3 players for this retake, now 1 of 2. Dex gets striking, Olymp trades him at least.
Bajmi's hoping for a timing. Bobek's going to hear him dropping off of short, and Olymp, oh man, can he clutch again?
Gage from Badgeby. BoXD is going to fall. Olympi sneaking around. Back to turn. Just seen in the open. Caught back. But where's that last man? Maxter must be inside the smoke. He gets back behind the other one, thrown by the CT side. Hiding away. Olymp incendiary deep. Swing up. Engage spray. Second man heard. Reload. Oh no! Caught. Badgeby gets his kill together. And we'll hold another clutch this time for Walczaki. 6 apiece to close out their CT half of Mirage.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Good way to get away with the Eastern CT side of things with Walczaki, but it's still 6-all for Eyeballers. They still hold contention on what statistically is their worst half of the series, of this map up rather, I should say. Now they move into the defensive line where things are going to only get worse from here on the Polish side. At least they've shown us some fight at the end of the half. At least they've shown us some tenacity and some potential to try and return onto this series and try and claim some sort of way back in.
I'm really not worried at all here by their threat. We've seen a 1v2 from Badgemy, a 1v4 from Olymp, and then a 1v1 from Badgemy to close. That's 3 gun rounds all being pushed because of individual moments, because of 1vx's. That's not consistent. You won't be able to bring that into a second half. Search party out towards mid is now hearing the app setup coming in quickly.
Max with the USP stands to attention. Shots ringing out. It lands one on Ryko eventually to draw that kill. Dex to follow up onto Sammy. Moonwalk's flanking from other pass. Can at least get one pick back, but he's dealt with so fast, so loose, and so quickly. The Walczaki start to fall to pieces. Eyeballers with another pistol win.
Just adding more rounds towards the tally. No bomb plant bonus means that the force buy is unlikely. And that's such a shame because the B-bomb site is pretty heavily undefended. With all of those CTs taking mid-space, looking for map control, there's no B anchor. Maxter is the only defender out from short and he just hits straight away. Everyone else can't even get out of the apartments. They can't even drop down into the bomb site.
Walczaki have pistols only for this one. Tech 9 on Olymp being the best of them. HE'd out dead to rights before he even takes contact against Eyeballers players. Utility and blind engagements. Dex now involved on Moonwalk. Seeing his shoulder, going to take him. And this round becomes a true and pure formality. Eyeballers. There's a way that strength and confidence can really lock in for themselves this CT half. The moment where it all just comes completely undone for Walczaki, what little they had in this series to begin with. The fight that they may have posted in the first half needs to also come out here in the rifle buy.
You just start getting the vibe from Eyeballers that you win this next gun round and you're just going to start pressurizing the underdogs to making silly mistakes, that they're going to start getting really desperate, maybe getting in positions where they're overfighting because they just need an advantage somewhere. The scoreline feels as if it's close, but the mismatch is definitely on display. Dex, extremely aggressive. I mean, look at how positive this is going into the first gun round, that you can fight mid aggressively, you can have a short player on the lip.
Ryko begins moving the underpass, checked by Max to eventually taken down by both Ryko and Olymp. Very little damage done considering. Steve's extension into the apartment still managed to win the fight on Moonwalker. I genuinely thought he might have made a mistake by extending too far, but gets away completely unscathed.
Well, Moonwalker is going to be so tilted. There is no way that he should ever be losing that fight. Now, Rolf has been seen, but it's still difficult for Badgemy to drop down and commit to the kill.
Another casualty lost on the part of the CT side. I think JW was extending the underpass there. Rolf, that information given over Badgemy, he's just going to wait for him to overextend or wait for his teammates to get here. Search the fight information flashed in. Perfect kill, Sammy. Easy access to the A-bomb site. Dex and Bobek are trying to rotate in. CT will be left over. The other team's trying to strike back, but Molotovs and flashes will eventually catch him off. Known here to the T side line. So many players are going to swing to his position, but they know that they've held up the angle, so Bobek is going to back off even further. One good fight gets secured. Second man Goku to engage and just about gets the kill together. Ryko got down to less than 30 HP though, so those could have been 2 kills. Threaten the round again with Walczaki. In the end, Dex is left to just maintain his life. And the opening rifle of the T side is posted.
At least they've got plenty of cash. Everyone will be able to buy back, no problem at all. Dex wants to just make sure this M4 stays in play though. Try and make sure the economy can stabilize a bit. Very good kills. Very good patience as well there from the T side. It's a 4v4 that maybe looks a bit uncomfortable, especially with how that B anchor just walks into apartments and Moonwalk's not able to do any damage against him. Almost a shame that Dex isn't able to commit to one more kill, because if he did, he would have actually had enough money to drop an AWP over towards JW.
Yeah, JW did get caught overextending there. Man advantage lost from that position, and then, of course, the positional information given away towards ramp. We'll have to let JW rest on the M4 instead. They've got plenty of them. Well, they stay the top performer of Eyeballers right now. Posted towards the B apartments, jump facing. Contact attempts will not be received on the part of Walczaki. They are defaulting into towards mid for the most part. AW's HE lands pretty nicely onto 2. Olymp and Ryko, half HP or less.
They didn't even want to move on that one. This is a very aggressive mid-hold coming through from Eyeballers. They've got 2 towards short, 1 window, and then 2 towards top connector. They have intent on trying to fight towards mid. Now, there's not much action in terms of the lurks for the Ts. They are grouped up pretty heavily outside of B, and even the A player is going to come and join them. Bobek with the timing on the re-smoke is really good.
There's no looking to set up. They're going to go forward to that smoke anyway. HG's Molotov's out. Bobek's D. He's back up, finds one man in the open. Second player's already extended out to the back line to the side though. 5-on-4, Moonwalk can strike. Mac-10 gets 2 out of it from range. Mac-3 Dex can deal with 2. Same with the response. Dex back with his double. And now Badgeby's alone. 35 seconds. 1v2. Clutch can isolate Rolf. And Dex has caught repositioning. Both players low HP. A 1v1 to reclaim the lead for Eyeballers, to even out the scoreboard for Walczaki. Dex hopes that Badgemy extends. Badgemy hopes that Dex gets in the way. Dex has got to make the move. He's got no kit in play either. Going for the wider face. Back at Badgemy turned. Is the timing good for him? Yes, it is. Dex should have enough time to get to the defuse as well. AK on site. Holding down a full 5 seconds of it. 9-7 for Eyeballers.
But that was about to be the 3rd clutch from Badgemy on one map. I mean, it seems insane to consider that when they've only won 7 rounds. Oh, man, what a hold coming through from Bobek. It might only be 1 kill. He stays alive for so long. He gets that kill at 48 and then dies at 44. So that's 4 seconds that buys the short player's room, buys JW to come out from market. Yeah, okay, the in-game leader's not successful, but it sets up the chaos of getting players into B quickly. And in the end, it's Eyeballers to close. Money situation is good for a buy, but look at the util. I mean, there's almost nothing.
Well, AK's held over by Dex. Will try and fight back one of them in the mid position, losing his life for it though. The M4 and Max are smoked off early. Look at Rolf at ramp. 2 men to find. Surely he only has one of them out here. Moonwalk tagged up. Found the blind spray, revealed in the smoke. The kill's found for Walczaki though. 5 on 3 by those circumstances. The overfighting, the over-aggression. JW smoked off with Magster having a high behind ticket booth. He might even be able to get away from this round. Bombs committing the site. Smokes will clear up at Con. JW gets a chance with Ryko's swing of his own. Kill found. Bomb plant barely can't be seen by the AWPer. The man advantage stays with the Poles.
Well, unless Bobek gets a kill within the next 10 seconds, there's nothing in this round. You look for exits, you hold to save onto 2. Your A anchor and your mid player struggle. Dex and Rolf will be disappointed with their level of impact there.
JW gets domed by Olim, losing that AWP. Lost equipment, the SMG. The M4 also jumped for the exit frag. I thought it was just going to be on Bobek's part. Maxter with that kill. Had a smoke to go for the Ninja, but too many players around the bomb site and they're too close towards him. Bobek's heard there. Going in for a rifle, picked up off a dead opposition player. It's only a Galil. Definitely better than the SMG at least.
But this is going to be a good test now because you had what looked to be a pretty convincing start here, looked to be closing this game down fairly quickly. And instead, this difference is only 1. The economy's not in a great position. But this is back-to-back maps in the series where a top 30 team in the world is being seriously threatened by a team that's getting close towards the top 100.
Tactical pause called in by the eyeballers, probably to adjust something. Not sure if it's because of that over-aggression, that fighting that consistently seems to be happening from the eyeballers' side. It's part of the reason that they lost control of that round. A 5 on 3 due to an extension in mid and a blind spray from a player that was so pushed up at ramp. They start calling it down. They start trying very wild stuff here. Eyeballers might just have to if they want to maintain this advantage because they've only got 2 rifles officially. A scout brought in by JW as the 3rd man, as a force buy in with the SMG and pistol out for himself. Good shot on towards Sammy. The AG is going to take him down. Advantage is secured by the veteran.
Very positive. Ryko looking to try and get a trade back. Timing is really good. And he just catches Dex off guard and even baits that scout player. Does go down to 48 though.
4-5-7 in the open, firing a player over at Palace. AG tried to force him back. Counter flashing, he's going to push forward the smoke. This could be very dangerous indeed. He gets nothing for it. That flashbang ineffective. Advantage retaken by the Walczaki side once again. JW needs to hit this headshot. He doesn't even need to actually. Bodies enough on Ryko. Tagged him earlier in the round, and JW's got 2. Trying to bring things back. The M4 of Max that fails though, and that was the key weapon of this round. JW picked up an AK blind spraying. Hate cheat off by Badgeby, and now Bob XD has nothing he can do.
They're hitting really hard on the poles. That's a cracking shot from Moonwalk. Just feel that Maxter has got the advantage there, sitting back from CT, pre-aiming on the off, and just gets domed. Really good shooting. And from 9-9, I think Eyeballers have lost the ability to close in 2 now. This is very uncomfortable from where the economy lies. It's a good play there from Rolf, someone that's struggling individually quite a lot towards A. He's getting bullied. I don't mind that flash play with the 5-7. Try and catch them off, try and catch them both blinded. Just the flash is just ineffective because they both turned from it. And then JW just didn't get the support that was really required in that round.
With the force buy in mind of the previous, they will have to eco into this next round, so Walczaki should almost certainly take the lead. How well it started there. JW scout and HE providing the opening kill, a follow-up kill in mid as well. Around this M4 there'll be nothing, so Bob XD will either need to be a miracle worker or a survivalist. See what he chooses and what the teams will allow.
Amy just pre-aiming out here towards short. Instant opening kill there from Bobek. And when you're down on the low buy, you do want to try and fight a little bit more aggressively, try and catch some timings.
JW trying to contest here, catching a player with his head turned away, but very little damage was done to Ryko there. Very little should be done in general from this position. Dex just firing that USP blind. Olymp starting to move on. 60 seconds remaining. Walczaki. In a sweet time with this one. There is no gamble stack in play for Eyeballers, so even with that in mind, their chances don't really get any better from here.
Not at all. Very slow, very patient. Olymp catches a very good timing on that player towards top connector in jungle. Raiko knows that he's completely sandwiched, can't get out of that one. 2 players on B have got to hope for a miracle. Yeah, JW's got an M4, but I don't know. I don't see much being occurred here.
Look at the bomb carry at the right moment, I want to say. Being down damage was done, was 1. JW turned in, Badge Me indeed does drop. Second man down low. Dex going to try and fight, gets one player out of it. Bomb still in the open, but will get picked up and will get planted. No time stalling this time, no post-plant shenanigans, no running out of the timer like they did over on Anubis. Rolf. No rifles close towards him, found an AK in the end. Miracle work, kind of clutch. He does land that first, but semi-peek simultaneously, so the AWP will land his kill in the end. Not bad damage for an eco round. Damage might be irrelevant at this stage, though. Advantage taken by the Poles. Eyeballers need a rifle buy here to go well for them to reclaim the advantage, reclaim control of the situation, because, well, as you were saying a moment ago, they may all start to lose their chance to maintain this simple 2-0. Tactical pauses called in by the Polish side, knowing that there must be some tricks up the sleeve of the veterans.
Even the Polish side, I mean, Moonwalk averages a 0.78 rating in the last 3 months of Mirage, making it his worst map of the pool, and yet he's performing to a very good level. I think the kill distribution spread is really tight between the riflers. Sammy might be struggling, but everybody else is holding weight. This is a testing affair, and this is a Walczaki side who you have to look at in the grand scale of Tier 2 right now and think they've got themselves the playoffs in Nodwin. If they can get an upset here today against the Eyeballers, if they can push this series in towards a decider, I mean, was it 2-0 potential in either direction? You look at how close some of those Anubis rounds went down, and maybe that just tells you why there were 2-0s last time around.
Dex exposed there towards Con. JW still down that opening here with Rolf on the side, only able to get one more of his own. Blow for blow in 2-for-2 trades. One more CT out towards Palace. Same as AWP capturing an extension of Bob XD. Bob XD did take one down in the meanwhile, so the man advantage remains at evens. The B-bomb site has been exposed. There's a man that could also be exposed towards short. JW wins that fight. That changes the complexion of the round once again. It's Sammy that stands alone. Utility involved, the smoke's up. To protect those players at bottom, but JW comes up with a kill from mid in window. Triple secured, and Eyeballers back at even again.
And I don't even dislike that call. I think that's a great call from the Poles. It's quick, it's pacey, it's something that we've not seen towards mid. They get it into a 2v2 in, what, the first 30 seconds. It's just so fast. It's just a shame that even when Shamey gets this one, that they can't get the bomb in. If they could just cross it out, if they could fight against JW, there's something there. Unfortunately, look at the buy stay after that one. You go 10-10. Yes, you've got the AWP in play, but you're working with a few Galils and just no util.
JW kicks things off on Olymp. Walczaki. In desperate need of a round like this to maintain. Boost up, JW seen, but Moonwalk whiffs his opportunities, and JW now gets the harder cover, backs out of the way. Might concede the sniper's nest, but will not concede the man advantage.
And Dex is still pressurizing under window. He's still trying to make it uneasy to the underpass individuals. Now Rolf is playing an off angle, trying to get first contact on a walk forward out to A main.
Moonwalk seen jumping out of the way there. HE sent close. JW finds the fight with the HE assistance. Moonwalk goes down. Doesn't accelerate for the T side, it's slow walking instead. Badgeman with the kill. Ryko caught back as all the round players now. With one man still involved towards Palace, they can quickly dismantle the last two men and hold on to 11 eyeballers. Breaking the economies of the Polish side as well. About to get to map and match points.
And the three-time major winner in JW had a pretty underwhelming map number 1. 10 kills and 14 deaths, 49.3 ADR and a 0.79 rating. He's dropped 20 kills already. He's probably on for more. Stepping up out there towards mid. Critical kills to start off with the double. And now with the NWP behind him, with the scoreline where it is, this reads eyeballers every single day.
Unk still got it. And to the credit of the rest of the eyeballers, Dex, Bob XD, and Maxter are not that far behind him on the kill counts themselves. Kill spread excellent across their name, and whilst it might have been awkward in the latest few rounds and this little return from Walczaki, eyeballers seem to have put together enough to maintain this series and take their own 2-0 response. Kill from Bob XD, SMG in mind. It's only eco pistols. They're not really going to force the issue right here. Walczaki. Go for the rifles to the overtime. That is going to be their aim. That is their game plan.
Bobek's just getting more cash out of this SMG, which could upgrade it in the next round rather than just holding on to it. Moonwalk, Badge Me, all the boys just hoping for one, hoping to try and catch players over peaking, and while Dex is offering it, there's no return of the kills. 12 now, and 2 series points for the eyeballers.
2 chances to make it into the play-ins. Walczaki, 2 rounds in a row required to get us to overtime and try and stay alive in this best of 3. Try and stay in round 4 of the Swiss. They've at least got that lifeline to go to round 5, but talk about how difficult the road gets from here for the team that loses this best of 3, or the team that's forced into the long old task. Sinners are going to feel that fight, going to feel that pressure. Walczaki right now are feeling just the preview of that pressure. XD leans up, flashes, going to catch the side players out towards the short position. Rolf with 2 kills back, Bob XD with one of his own. Ryko with that responsive badge. He's also taken aback by Dex, and it all comes crumbling. Walczaki tries something quick. Eyeballers are ready for it. They find the fights appropriate. The bomb being dropped in the open. Ryko searching his revealed position. The player inbound from the short. HE's on, TUSP brought out by JW just to confirm the kill and lock in the 2-0 for the eyeballers. 3-1 in the Swiss stage, they're off to the play-ins of the Conquest of Prague.
And those last 4 rounds that were gained on the city side for eyeballers, Jay, didn't even get a look in of a bomb plant. They couldn't even get into bomb sites. Really good overall performance there from the eyeballers. For the Poles of Walczaki, they are going to be very disappointed with themselves. I'm not sure what's missing from them. I look at some of the tournaments, like when they lose to Inner Circle Academy, when they lose to Mix KS in a close qualifier, and I think, how are you losing to some of these teams, but then putting up a performance like this against, what, a high-end Tier 2 team, Tier 1.5 maybe of the eyeballers? They've got something behind them, but they'll know that this series was very winnable. They know that a 2-0 was definitely here.
But considering how close both the maps were, yeah, you're bang on with that much. 13-10s on both the scenarios, both going the way of the eyeballers with Anubis. A couple of good rounds could have turned it towards their direction, and Mirage, a very similar sort of case scenario for their own part of things, with less clutches involved there. This was a very close affair from the Polish side, and it also showed that the gap between them and the higher end of Tier 2 is not that far at all. But the reality is they're not getting all those results that they require here today. They're not getting those performances. They're not getting those right matches at those right moments. And as you say, struggling against other opposition means it does seem like it's a lot more inconsistent for me, and perhaps it might not be enough for them.
Yeah, it's very true. And I think from eyeballers, it's a very good point of view to know that you've come in, got upset in your opening game, but then gone undefeated from that point onwards. I think when you go to a Tier 1 LAN and almost beat a team like Astralis, they won the first map, they were, what, 11-4 up, they probably should have closed, they probably should have been in a semi-final, you get held to a decent degree. Everyone is waiting for that next event, the next LAN, the next online competition, just to see what you're like. And I think the bounce back here in Conquest of Prague is very positive.
Indeed, only one map-up loss there in their contention, and none ever since that point. Even the best of ones and best of threes all look positive. 2-0 for the Eyeballers in this matchup, and that will also conclude our upper matches in this round 4 of Swiss stage. So Coalesce, Young Ninjas, and Eyeballers will all move forward into the play-in proceedings. And now we move to find some more eliminatees, and a matchup that you and I definitely have been looking forward to, I have to say. Fnatic will take on Tricked in our next matchup today, and it's a very important one for the Fnatic side. Last year's champions of Conquest of Prague, but this year they could find themselves out in the online stage of a very, very high pressure environment.
Indeed it is, and they're going up against a decent contender. Tricked are a team that are very established in Tier 2, very well known, and they'll look at that matchup and say, we might not even be the favourites. Fnatic need to bring their A game in that best of 3.
Indeed, they do. Haven't had their A game for a while. There are a set of players that should be competing in a much higher position than they are. In about half an hour's time, we'll find out whether they can defeat the Tricked side or whether the Danes indeed will send them packing out of the Conquest of Prague. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this extended break.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
check the flow. Show you the way that it go. God is good, but his life is hard. But it gets better when you grind it smart. I'm just really trying to leave a mark. We tired of being who they say we are. That's the baton, we gon' take it far. Always be real, we don't fake it all. Tired of 9 to 5. Just make enough to survive. Only living on the weekends. You really thinking that's why I'm alive? Listen, not the scenes, time to live my dreams, do the things deep inside of me. This life, it continues with fighting me, but I don't have quitting inside of me. I will not jump in these vices they throw at me. Talking to God and there's so much he's showing me, shaping me, growing me, taking me sowing seeds. A growing tree, y'all get a load of me. Yeah, don't let them slow on me. I get the bag like a grocery. I'm on my grind like I'm supposed to be, and I do not care if you notice me. Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it. This isn't a robbery, hands in the sky if you got a dream. Learn nothing was blocking me. I was the problem, the only one stopping me. I didn't like it, I had to refocus. Now I'm devoted, I know where I'm going. Controlling emotions, I'm owning the moment. In order to get it, see, you gotta want it. This type of flow make a living break. Confessions over these 808s. Don't sleep on the key, better stay away. I mean, for heaven's sake, I'ma be the best. Came from the endless, ain't with the games, bitch with the chest. Be beating on my chest, trying to get my rest. Watch me while I flex. Every win is a blessing, and every L is a lesson. So when I run into rejection, I know it's only redirection. I see the blessings right beside me. It just is a quitting unlikely. I do it like I'm in my Nikes. Don't make excuses, they never excite me. Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
Samet, the manager of Team Fnatic, thank you so much for coming to the interview. The boys are playing right now, so what is the atmosphere in the team these days?
Yeah, I would say it's both good and bad. Obviously, we're not satisfied with the ranking we are in right now, for sure, and that we missed the major. But yeah, we in the team, it's pretty good, and we fight every day to come back, for sure. And as you said, we're playing right now, so it's always nervous to look at the games.
Of course, for you personally and work-wise, how difficult are these days for you, since Fnatic are a big organization, famous organization, and now you are going through a rebuilding phase. So how busy this phase and maybe how nervous this phase is for you?
Yeah, as you said, it's kind of rebuilding phase we are in right now, and it will take some time for sure. But yeah, I think it's more like mental pressure we have inside of the team, because as you said, we are a big organization, we want to do good things, and we are definitely not satisfied where we are right now. The aim is obviously to play the biggest tournaments, play every major, do well in these tournaments, right? So now we kind of shift our approach a bit, and that's why also we approach Batko, Victor, because it's very young and promising, and that's the approach we're going to take moving forward for sure, to try to build up a very, very good team.
From what I saw, the biggest talking point about Fnatic right now is maybe the huge difference between cultures, between languages in the team. Do you feel like this might be a problem, and is there any way how to correct that in terms of communication and synergy?
Yeah, I mean, I think all this talks is valid, to be honest, because I also coach a Swedish team, full Swedish team in Fnatic before, right? And we've been a lot of different international teams, so it's definitely pros and cons with both. For example, if you're on the same, obviously when you speak your own language, in intense moments, it's smoother for sure. So, but if you have an international roster, you have way more players to pick from, right? So it's definitely pros and cons with both, I would say.
Of course. Right now you are still on the verge of elimination, but you still got the chance to qualify for the LAN as well. And you're playing against Strict, and they are struggling as well. So what do you think about today's match, and how do you feel about the incoming result?
Yeah, today's match, same as the game we play right now. We need to do our own stuff way better. So we focus on ourselves. We focus on doing our stuff way better than we have done. I think we won the Tipsport LAN last season, right? So we are the defending champions. So obviously our aim is to go to the tournament. This was a very nice tournament in Prague, very nice tournament, very nice crowd and everything. So yeah, definitely the goal when we enter this qualification is to qualify, nothing else. So yeah, today is another game and we need to win it, no doubt.
Love to hear it. Thank you so much for the interview and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Boy from Trick Esports, thank you so much for coming to the interview. A very important match against Fnatic right in front of you. So how do you feel today, and how is team doing today?
I feel quite well, and I think the team is doing well as well. We have been having a lot of success and practice lately, so we're ready to show it off now.
In this tournament, you struggle a bit with the results. What was the main problem, the main obstacle in previous matches?
I think the main problem was that we have just been on a trip playing different LANs, and we had quite good success at the LANs, and then we just had to readjust to playing online again and coming back.
So how important then, or how difficult for you personally is to switch from online to LAN, because it's happening a lot in this VR system?
Sorry, what? Can I hear again?
What is the main obstacle for you in switching from online to LAN, and how do you deal with that?
The main obstacle is like, of course, your opponents have more time to prep against you when you're playing online, because there's more time between matches. And the main obstacle for me, at least, is that some of my things I like to do is harder to do playing online. That's just it.
Sure. Against Fnatic, you maybe would be considered the favorites since they are still in their rebuilding phase. They are struggling a lot. Do you feel like this might be the easiest time to beat Fnatic as an organization?
I mean, the organization has been on a high level for a long time, and I think, yeah, right now it's quite weak, but I think we beat any Fnatic.
Yeah, that's cool to hear. And how important for you as for a Danish player is to play well against an organization with such a huge Swedish history? I know it's not so hot right now, but there is still Crims. So is that prestigious for you?
I mean, yeah, of course, there's a lot of prestige winning against Fnatic, and it's a team that I've been watching a lot while growing up. So yeah, it will be something huge for me to win against Fnatic.
Thank you so much for the interview, then, and good luck for today's match.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Conquest of Prague. We're getting into our final matchup of the day, and as we switch over from the round 4 proceedings, we move away from the 2-1 and into the 1-2. This next match will eliminate one more team from the competition, making it 3 now. The question is, will it be Fnatic or will it be Trick? Dweg, I have a feeling you might already have an idea as to where your loyalties lie.
Yeah, my loyalties are definitely with the Danes. I just don't think it's by much. I think this is a very winnable series for both of these teams. I think both squads are struggling quite a lot online at the moment, and both teams know that their peak is so much higher than what they're showing on display. I think Tricked bounced back really nicely after going down 0-2 in the best of ones, but for Fnatic, they need to be at such a higher caliber of where they sit right now.
Again, this is a Fnatic side that we, on paper, should be ranting and raving about. A team that has so many players of achievement, a core of 3 from the Passion UA days that seem to just don't seem to really kind of level up to the level that they should be at. And for a team like Fnatic, I think they've had some very awkward times in their form. Obviously, the tournament results have not been there. They mentioned the ranking. Samuelson mentioned the ranking during the interview. The results, especially, are ones of high concern for me. And in particular, the last result in Conquest of Prague, that best of 1 over Qual 4. Now, I know you said after that matchup, sorry, best of 3 rather, against Qual 4. I know you said after that matchup that wasn't a really result that you should look at and take much stock in by comparison to Fnatic. For me, I kind of beg to differ, because if you are Fnatic, you are in such a poor level of form. You've had such an awful time so far this year. You need to get confidence on your board. And if a team like Qual 4 are pressuring you, then for me, that sounds like it's going to be even more bad times for them, because I think they came out of that best of 3 looking very awkward. And I think that's reflected as well in an earlier best of 3 today against a team called Project 91. They also had similarly strenuous struggles there in that best of 3. So it's like, these are nobodies that are currently testing a Fnatic side.
And maybe that just puts into perspective just how poor things really are, right? Just how far they've fallen off from at least the heights of Tier 2. This is a team that is very much out of form. I mean, I look at that Project 91 game, mate, I don't recognize a single player on that team. Camo, Patrick Eno, Ariel Eck, Elim, and Kizzy. I mean, who are those boys, right? There's no way that you should be dropping 10 rounds versus them, 8 on an opposition map pick. So for Fnatic, things are very dire. I said it in a previous show. I think it's the worst position that the organization has ever been in CS history. So right now, they're desperate for anything. Results, a run. They need to get out of this rut.
And on paper, you might take a look at the experienced names on that side of the board and say, well, they should be able to pretty handily be able to outpace Tricked on a pound-for-pound basis. But I think that's another, again, misrepresentation of how well Tricked have been doing. Yeah, they're not like a top-end Tier 2 team. I'm not going to try and make that argument, but they've been attending LANs. They've been winning some decent matches. They're currently ranked just outside the top 60 in VRS, according to HLTV this morning. Certainly a lot higher than where Fnatic are by comparison. And so for the Tricked side, I kind of rank them as kind of favourites by default.
We do have similar map pools for both of these teams, though. Nuke will always be banned in from Fnatic, which is a really good map for Tricked. Overpass is loved by both. It's the second highest picked map in the pool for Fnatic and the highest for Tricked. Anubis is also liked quite heavily to come through from Fnatic, so they might try and see if they can get that as a decider. Not going to happen. The Danes don't want to play it. Going into Mirage, we've not seen too many Mirage picks recently from Fnatic. They picked Anubis against FaZe. They picked Anubis against Alliance. They picked Dust 2 against Sashi. They picked Mirage against Infinite, that last Drakland event, and they also picked Mirage against AIM Club at the BC Game Masters. Every time they've been picking Mirage recently, at least in the LAN capabilities, they've been struggling quite a lot. So they need to try and turn that around when it comes to this best of 3 today.
And finally, will be the last map in the Decider series if Trick need to go towards that, and I have a feeling that they might well have to do so. I'm kind of surprised they didn't go towards Ancient instead because of the nature of how much that map has been played by the Trick side. By comparison, it's not always a main pick for them, but it's at least a 50% win rate and 16 times played versus not on the 40% win rate for the Fnatic side and far, far fewer by comparison. It is still very well played by the Fnatic boys at the same time. So for the Trick, again, I'm not sure on what they've got up their sleeves for that Inferno. I don't know what the intimation is, but I do know for a fact that overpass does look rather juicy for my money.
Yeah, they just need to make sure that they don't have what happened to them against Johnny Speeds in the last round, which is picking into overpass, having a really slow start on that T side, going down 3-9, and then just not having the rounds to return. Now, anybody that watches Tier 2 knows that Johnny Speeds are a very good overpass team. So that was always going to be a contentious map between the two, but even still, back-to-back best of 3s that you're picking it, you can't afford to lose your map pick twice.
No, not at all. For the Tricked side, I am very curious to find out which way they want to try and pan this out here against this Fnatic team. Again, you mentioned how much they love to play it on, and we've seen some good results out of them recently on this map as well. 13-5 over FaZe is the one that sticks out in everybody's mind at that Draculan event, and as well as whatever competitions they've had in terms of qualifying the LAN environments. BetBoom have been taken on 3 times, all of which have been losses the exact same sort of period. So you are talking about some very high-level competition that Fnatic are competing against when it comes to their playing time on this map up. So if nothing else, their playing time will be enough to give them the fundamentals to try and take away a start in the series. But again, I've lost a lot of faith in this Fnatic camp to the point where I don't know if I can really back them per se.
It's understandable. Now, and I think for Trick too, they need to try and make sure that their online form is so much better. They've played 14 matches online in the last 3 months on HLTV, and they've only won 5. They go to LAN, and they were able to beat Bestia 2-0 in a best of 3. They were able to eliminate Passion UA, who's going to the major in March at Bucharest. They were able to eliminate Heroic 2-0 on LAN in a playoff game. On LAN, they're beating good teams. They were able to beat Ecstatic and Sashi to win a title locally. They even beat Johnny Speeds to be able to win a title back in March in Sweden. So I think offline, they're a very good team. When they get to the online environment, they're very up and down, though. They've lost, back-to-back closed qualifiers. The online titles aren't really coming in deeper runs. They're getting eliminated in a lot of round of 16s, a lot of quarterfinals. So this is where Regen, and especially the in-game leader of Iceberg, just need to try and transition that recent rise of form at LAN and try and bring it to online. Otherwise, you're going to struggle to qualify to a lot of LAN.
Well, I did say that they were struggling to translate it away off the back of their recent trip, and obviously that's the Dust 2 Power League event in Denmark, BC Game Masters, and the Urban Riga Open, which are all events that they have done, respectably well on, particularly Urban Riga and Dust 2 DK. So for Trick, obviously it is a struggle that they acknowledge that they're struggling with, that they have got to contend with now going forward. If it is going to get fixed up, it's going to be replicated, I think, in a tournament like Conquest of Prague. Maybe less so in terms of the previous results. You mentioned the best of 1 losses, but they already have a best of 3 towards their name in the favor of Johnny Speeds. So this is a chance to not only try and take a second best of 3, but also to try and stress test them in the next particular round.
And for Tricked as a whole, you do have some experienced players. You've got Iceberg, that was a part of Tricked Academy, funny enough, way back in the day, but really made his name known on the Trick side, that then turned into Espionage, that then went over towards Sashi. Yes. Now, this is a completely different rebuild, right? You don't have, let's say, the Cabbies and the Xiphons and the Luckies and the Quezes of the world. Now, you are working with some newer pieces. You've got Boy, that's 21 years old, Salazar, that got to play at the Copenhagen Major a couple of years ago with Patty on Ecstatic. He's only 21. Leaks, he doesn't even have 500 maps played on HLTV. He's only 23. And then Nikki B, who was recently playing on Prestige with the likes of Frostlev, 179 maps played on HLTV, with 118 of them being a part of Trick since he's joined. So a completely new rebuild and a new project for him.
Very interesting to see him now being the veteran of the lineup, which is kind of weird to say as well, because he himself is only like 25 years old. So the youth definitely within this particular project, and I'm kind of wondering whether Iceberg can access the most out of these young players and what they're really going to prove here. No doubt about it, for the majority of them, this will be probably one of the more high caliber matches that they will play across this tournament. fnatic still have the name value behind them, even if the results don't speak for themselves. And I think that for Tricked, their own quality will be more than enough to defeat them in this best of three. I'm going to back Tricked for a 2-for-1 series.
Yeah, I'm going to join you on that one. I'd be very surprised if either team can 2-0. I would like to see fnatic just start outclassing teams at a certain period. It might not be today, might not be tomorrow, but you've got to expect at some point it's going to click. They brought in Bratko, what, the 18th of last month? So coming up to 5 weeks now, they need to start impressing. They've got to start putting performances up on the board.
Julie's in for Chicasmo. Second series is live. First pistol round on map number 1 is picked in by Tricked. P250's out for Salazar as he leans forward to try to take contact against several players, 2 of which have been spotted. Third man may well be revealed soon enough. He does get caught by the attack damage and the flashbang, kind of getting blinded, but now the teams will look to lean in towards that B player. Smoke from Chicasmo will block them.
Well, it's a very good cancel. Chicasmo is in the perfect position with that smoke and Julie's close range to probably get 2, drop that bomb round over already. Iceberg knows he does not want to be going into the mincer. Now, they can reset, they can still smoke off Heaven, flash over Monster and commit out. There's a lot of players on B, though.
Leading in on Chicasmo, Nicky B being spotted. Tag damage minimal, the boost available for Leaks. Tried to get on top of the curb, but doesn't get spotted out by the player over towards Heaven. Chicasmo does drop to Nicky B in the end, so we do get our first blood drawn out for the favor of Tricked. Fear now, looking to lean forward. No flash support, no flash against him. Does manage to dome in that first port, of course. Second man behind is going to fall away. As the T-side players on short, Bomb's going to rotate towards the A play.
Really slow here from Tricked with just how they want to adapt, try and go up towards the A bomb side. Crims is playing heavy retake, so they probably can't fight too heavily out from Bank and up from Dumpster. They'll just have to respect the plant.
The smoke's on Dumpster, so that player's not going to have much of a concern. Bomb plant. He's secured. Leaks does get domed in by the Swede. Boy will try searching for him. 2 round that corner. Both kills go the way of Crims. Iceberg and Salazar, last 2 players that remain, backing away, being challenged. That USP of Bratko spamming down their HP bars, eventually getting his kill alongside Fear, lining up on Iceberg. The pistol win will go the way of fnatic.
And this is where perhaps Tricked are being slightly bottlenecked in a best of 3 veto. Now, they've played 24 best of 3s on HLTV in the last 3 months. They've had 11 overpass picks and 6 nukes. Now, we know Iceberg very well, always loves nuke, right? Doesn't matter which iteration of the lineup we're looking at. When you're going into nuke being a perma for the opposition and overpass being the one key option, and then fnatic play it as frequently as they do, you need to make sure that you're putting in a good performance. You need to be taking your chances, like in round number 2, where you get a bomb plant, don't really make it expensive, but look to try and force that issue. Get that reset going early.
Galil's on 3, Tech9 and Deagle on 2 more. M4 fights the first Galil of Iceberg, down and out. Jambo credited with the kill. Fear's out towards Long, not providing much support towards him. The jump face against Jambo's going to spot him there towards the stairs, so the team's going to opt to act with that information and act away from the park and mid control.
Correct. Don't have much going for them on this force buy. fnatic realised with that opening man advantage, especially with the deep map, just sit back, hold crossfires. It's almost impossible to recover this round now.
And Ratcar finding Leaks, but Morris confirm it. Salazar's recovered one of those Galils, but backstabs inbound from SMGs. Bratko could get challenged in towards Con. It might come down to timing, whether he's looking the right way at the right moment. Indeed, he does go down towards Boy. Chicasmo sees that man coming in for him. We'll get 1, 2, and not quite the third, but Nicky B still got a player on site, a player backstabbing, and a secondary man to defend the B play. Bombs on his back, needs a full-on quadra to clutch this round.
A lot of respect being offered here from fnatic. Even with the man advantage, they're not taking map control silly, they're not over-peaking. Holding good crossfires, bait and switch out here towards Heaven and the toxic barrels. Nicky B's attention's being drawn over, so the instant trade can come through from Crims. And Tricked will have to go down to a lighter eco to follow up. Crims just picking up all that extra little bit of util, and Fear just about upgrades that MP9 in towards an M4.
Damage was heavy on fnatic. Took 3 players worth of casualties to that Galil effort in the end of the round from Nicky B. 3 kills total to his name in the map up so far. And nothing that will really justify a full-on force here for the tricked side. Walczaki, they are not. A bomb plant bonus would definitely have helped them if they had got it down again, but not to be this time out. T-side players in towards the short access. Bratko sees leaks coming in. Boy's going to get feared out of that Tech 9. Flash forward, unaffected against the T-side, so eventually Bratko will get overwhelmed by the pistols. Incendiaries against that short access will also stall for time on Trick. Jacasmo is going to try and take an aggressive stance. Nicky B trying to get for that rifle. Jacasmo now on the position, going to try and hold it. Spray is a little bit manic. Nicky B finally picks up that M4 to try and use now for the round itself. Jambo's going to close in the pincers.
Jambo's just going to lock them and try and funnel them into B. Not easy for Crims or Jacasmo, though, because they've got no util to block. They can't put a smoke down towards Monster. They can't get an incendiary out to short. So with all this time on the clock, this is where Trick can just stabilize. Just wait out, see if they can bait in an info play, see if they can draw in some further fights.
Oh, one man acting out towards long to try to set up a backstab here. Iceberg on a Glock only and Tricked. Eventually will decide to turn it into a split play rotation. Jambo is the man to contend with. So close to Nicky B first up. Tech 9 fights well. Second man around the corner, the SMG. Can't take him back. Now they have to charge right in. They've still got that man advantage. Now the 2 players hold down the B defensive, so a bomb plant is indeed on the table. It's the question of the post plant after that. Only 1 player with Kevlar. That's Boy on first port of call towards these 2 rotators and connector. Bomb is safe behind Dice. Open a bank, 1 set of footsteps heard. Crim's challenged and will take down Boy.
At least they know both players are coming up from A, so this is where Salazar and Iceberg could work together. They've even got a flashbang between the 2 of them.
Iceberg got time to perfection. 1 player being heard. There's the flash. Peek in. Player blinded. Spray just not quite on, and Iceberg will not get the damage output either. Jacasmo gets both those kills. fnatic will take 3 in a row to start.
Well, not good enough there from Trick at all. I'm going to be very critical when I see moments like that. That's a 3v2 that is pretty much unlosable. I think with that repos there from Boy, he gets baited too easily. He should be holding his ground. He shouldn't be over-facing. And then that flashbang is perfect. You just can't be whiffing. You need to at least be getting 1 and then playing time off of it. Salazar just has bullet after bullet, and it allows Jacasmo to do that. fnatic should have had no way winning that round.
At least for Trick, they can say we had an eco around itself. There's no investment, and we still got 3 players worth of damage. The reset point is on for fnatic, and Trick to have full-on buy, so silver linings do apply. It could have been a lot more crippling had they actually taken the round outright. Leaks straight up ahead of those nades, tank down less than 70. Another incendiary going to come in and try and drive them out into the open. Bratko with a flash swing forward. Kill found against the first man. Very nice start.
Easy utility usage there from fnatic. You've only got 1 B extremity player. Iceberg was still outside of Monster, so not in a position to trade with him. Re-aggro in the man advantage. The CTs are looking really positive today.
Yeah, very nice start from fnatic. And definitely better coordination than I've seen from them so far in this year. Reduced to a 4-on-4. Bratko will get traded back by the actions. Iceberg in the short control. The AWP of Salazar. Scoped in to look down long. Got a player in the corner of Fear. Will he check for him? It looks like he will do. Shot misses. Fear can't punish it though.
This duel is key for both players. Salazar draws him in and eventually gets him on the second go. Now, there doesn't have to be an A commitment here. The bomb is still outside of Monster. Jacasmo is being drawn in. There is quite a heavy rotation from B just because of that long pressure.
Oh, bombed outside of Monster. 25 seconds to make it all the way into the A bomb side. Nicky B doming him. Jambo is definitely going to aid the situation, but it really comes down to the man getting his running boots on. Jacasmo will try to resist. He engage and Nicky B. Another headshot claimed. 12 seconds to the clock, though. Crims leans up. Nicky B extends further. Kill found. Double up down. 6 seconds. Bomb will just about make it to the plant position in time. And Crims will be up for a retake. 18 HP is the difference.
This is a tough clutch to even commit for this one. Money is not great. Look at the money in the reserve. Fear on 450, Jambo on 200, Bratko on 400. I think if there was a bit more cash, right? If players were, let's say, maybe around 2K, 3K, he probably commits for it. You don't want to harshly get reset. You want to have some funds going into the next gun round. Great impact from Nicky B on the charge up towards Banana. Double kill to open up the bomb site.
Excellent work from him. Man, as of many on this team who have very little of a previous reputation to speak of before joining this tricked side, at least had some time on the Prestige squad. One of the lesser teams in the Danish space, and they have been a little bit more international in terms of their LAN involvement, so there's always that. A lot of these players coming from very lesser backgrounds in this local division. An excellent round from him to take down the Ukrainians and nearly get Crims for his trouble as well. And that AK going to be important to fnatic's reinvest in Crims, saving that over and drop it over the Jambo by an M4 alongside Jakazmo here. SMG in from Fear, already been tagged up at range with blind sprays of Nicky. Another man also towards Parker. A lot of presence pushed up towards top mid and top long. Tricked could get caught by a mass number of CT players if the position's off. There's one flashbang in from Crims, but he can't use that to support any aggression.
And a default util from the city side to molly off Park, smoke off the front side of the stairs. Nicky B has seen that player out towards Party, but it might be a heavy bait because Jambo's going to try and swing in from the contact, and there is a very low HP player out there towards T-Con. That's a great start to the round.
Oh, Jambo's kicking and screaming in this one. Iceberg knows there's a player over at Toxic. Bomb's going to get picked up from underpass though, so it's all just time stalling at the courtesy of not only Fnatic, but also Trick themselves. Jakazmo trying to engage, damaged up a little bit more so, still very little done overall though. Still trying to work their way into the bomb site. Leaks going to catch one of the rotators. Iceberg, directive fight. Jakazmo wins it. Looks in for Leaks, catches him in the open. Leaks with that headshot will eventually line up, but at 15 points of health, it really rests on Boyd to do the rest of the heavy lifting. Bombs on his back and all. Slowly extending beyond the lower portions of T-Ramp. Did he see Jambo? I think Jambo might have seen him. AK engage, can't land the shot. And Fear is the concern at water. Smoke down. Bomb plant. Sprayed on, can't quite catch the casualty the kid's looking for here, so Boy can reposition. Here's players coming in towards the water angle, hunting for a player on the top rafters, alongside Leeds getting his kill back. He's taken back with the SMG, and the AK sprayer Boy indeed can clutch the round for Tricked.
Now, fundamentally, Fnatic are overpicking quite a lot, and I don't discourage it. I think it's a good sign that they're fighting off of each other, even in man advantage situations. What is concerning is that they're not actually doing that well when they're overpeaking. When they get themselves in positions where you'd sit there and say if they stabilize, if they just crossfire, you'd be able to win the round. And perhaps you need that confidence when you've got the players around you, but it also feels really sour and really negative when you're not converting 2 rounds in a row. And this is now Tricked just leaning forward and starting to develop on the T side.
Indeed they are. Classic harsh eco, stacking towards the mid-access, and the Mat 10 here for Iceberg, with away with one picked back before he falls. The pistols rush around the corner, they get 3 kills out of it, but Boy trying to maintain control, doesn't manage to do all he wants here though. Now it's all down to a 1v2. Leaks, as that bomb's been dropped, as the Bratko's probably recovered an AK from this position. Headshot taken aback by Fnatic, still Trick, that should have been a sitter, it was not.
And it's, once again, Fnatic working off of a buddy system, playing on each other's contacts. I think a little bit lack of sharpness, perhaps, against the anti-eco pistols, especially at range. Could never be able to allow too many kills, let alone the round steal. Very good shooting coming through from Bratko to be able to get up 3 and then get towards the AK to make it a 4th. Tricked have just been completely reset. And now with the force buy, this could very easily be 6-2 on the score just because of losing that eco.
Advantage. Seem to get maintained by Fnatic in an unlikely kind of round Trick. This was their chance to even the board up and try and face them. Flash is pretty good, and Jakazmo is fully blinded and exposed in the open, but still, all players have their attention turned towards him, so Bratko and Crims can take 2 trades back on the defensive. Advantage stays with Fnatic here. Flash forward, Bratko should get mowed down by SMGs. He still gets a kill on Salazar out of the round for it, though. Crims involved now, losing his captain and now losing himself. Jambo's AWP for a retake bomb. Still held back over at short. Someone's got to go back for it, and Jambo's starting to look to peek forward. They're watching Heaven. I think they might know exactly where he is.
Jambo has got to try and get a very clean kill off against Boy and then set himself up for the 1v1. Got himself another smoke, expecting some aggression that can come through from Graffiti. Might feel similar to Crims in that previous 1v2. There's just no point even attempting it. Back off and save.
He's searching at Graffiti right now. Not sure if they've extended aggressive or whether they're holding back on the bomb site. Tricked. Sat on the bomb for the time being. Jambo eventually will decide it is better to hold on to the big green gun. Had no kit on his pouch. There was one drop by Crims there, but won't make a blind bit of difference towards the round itself. Jambo doesn't have that information clearly. And will not have anything involved in this retake. This will be a third for Tricked. One they should have had in the last round, one that they'll be able to close the gap for once again, but fnatic can drop weapons and try and rebuy here, fearing Jambo, the high rollers.
They definitely should, especially with an extra player going down towards the bomb blast. I think buying here, putting pressure on is the right decision. Very scrappy game to start out on Overpass, and it's normally one of those maps that's quite slow, quite methodical, quite, let's say, execute and retake heavy. Looks very promising when they get it into a 4v2, but then again, overfighting towards short, overfighting out there towards the bridge position. I don't mind the playstyle for Fnatic, but it's the individual lack of success that is really irking me.
Crims trying to get some of that success of his own. Ratko and Jacasmo, close range. SMG able to get that one kill at the back of the 5-7 start. It's a 2-for-2 trade with Salazar and Leaks answering back. Nicky be wary of any further aggressive fights. They know the Fnatic had been able to threaten them quite consistently, but Crims unable to get the kill back towards Monster for it. A peek of the AK now revealing a second man. HE on towards Leaks. That should do quite a lot of damage, and indeed it does.
Getting quite a bit of movement from the 2B players, trying to see if they can search out towards Monster. Think about a rotation back. Looks as if they're going to get a boost up where they can spot from Graffiti. So Crims has got the high ground. They might not pre-aim this. A player is not seeing anything. Jambo is just jump spotting APC around Dice, and no contact, no noise is being made towards that part of the map.
Spam attempting to come through from Fear, doesn't quite do much more than that HG did to Leaks. Nicky Beam have to lead them into that bomb site. The third player called into the B defensive. There's been no signs of A aggression at all. Beer, first man on the defensive line, will now hide himself beyond toxic barrels. Flash is coming in. Crims, you heard, and Fear will go unchecked as Crims goes down. He's waiting for the moment. No, he gets checked by Nicky B. Hard check by Nicky B, in fact. HG on site, not get Boy down far enough, so it's once again a save call for Jambo.
And there's been times where I've maybe given Fnatic a bit of a pass in these last few rounds. I look at that one and think, what on earth is going on B? It's a 2v1, as in Jambo's the A player, two players on the B bomb side. Why aren't they just cross-firing normally? Why have we got an off angle being held from Crims on the pillar when his in-game leader is just tucking and keeping his head down? Bro, just play together. Just play as two. Like, it's fairly simple.
Exposed to the execution. Trick to find their success. We finally even up the board right here. Tacticals called in by them despite that round success, though. They want something more confident out of themselves. They may well still get it, though. USPs are in for the next round. Fnatic don't have a choice but to take it on the harsher eco basis, and Trick can start to take a lead away from the T side. Know that both teams statistically have a better CT basis to play from an overpass. Trick that could well be their matchmaker. So the Fnatic can eco steal once again. They already got one so far on this map. Gamble stack on B this time, not out towards the mid position, which is where Trick to once again playing their default. If anyone does go down, it'll be Leaks on the lug, but that'll be about it. The triple boost Might spot a position. Oh no, he's seen the man instead. Spray Jambo back and dismantle any plans that fnatic had.
They're just going to clear A space up very quickly, and knowing that it's 4-4 and fnatic won a full eco, it definitely doesn't seem too concerning for Tricked on their map pick. They look to be in a good position, and we heard from Samuelson a little bit earlier in that interview because fnatic were playing an ECL game, and I don't think there's like kind of too much that you can take from that. I mean, it's a manager talking for basically the player's perspective. But one of the things that I did pick up on is him basically saying, oh, like, it's quite nervous looking at these games. Bro, it must be quite nervous being you. Like, how is management not being under pressure right now? I mean, we've both said that it feels dysfunctional with the roster changes. It feels all over the place. I think oftentimes maybe the players get too much pressure, and management needs to take some of that. I think Big have been a perfect case for mismanagement in the past. I think you can give it to quite a lot of the North American organizations like Wildcard and Evil Geniuses. There is a lot of players, or a lot of, let's say, ex-players that are involved in staff roles over at fnatic that have success in the past. Ross R is someone, Samuelson too. It's guys that we know of. And yet, it just seems like we can only criticize the players. Well, what about criticizing the management?
It's very true. It's so funny, actually. I'm actually working on a little piece about Virtus Pro, about their mismanagement at the moment. And because it is quite prevalent and quite significant, and it does come to a point where we have to start taking a look at those names and say, listen, is what you're doing the right call? Like, are these roster changes? Are these movements? Is this amount of shift really appropriate at the moment? Are these the right answers to the questions that fnatic have? Because the results speak for themselves. And fnatic very well aware on management and players' side what those results do say. Up to a buyback now here for the CT side. Tricked. 1 away from taking minimums, 2 away from taking the half, and 3 away from scoring an 8-4 advantage. Ratco's gone for the aggressive fights in from short quite consistently, held by a Molotov initially. Matt 10 close. Iceberg blinded by that flash, but was Pold's mouse one, and Bratko goes down.
Jambo's been using that AWP a lot towards the A-bomb site, so finally he's trying to help out the B players. He's trying to bring that AWP early, work a pick. He's looking to try and see if he can follow up on a bit of an off angle to anyone out here to short. But Tricked have looked very comfortable when the rounds get slow. When they're able to, let's say, run the clock, keep it silent, that's when they get really good timings.
And good response there from the AWP. Boys acting on the lurk. Leaning in towards the mid position. You've got potentially an attention from Fear that might get caught off. Indeed, a headshot secured. 1 kill found. Oil shot missing from Salazar. The bomb's been revealed with that, so this lurk might just be read upon. No, Nicky B still finds Chasmo, and now it's all on Jambo. Flashed off, blinding, getting caught up by site geometry. Backups on the way. The bomb could still counter-rotate here because that secondary player dives in towards water. That drop may have been heard. Leak's going to get caught by Crims, and now the AWP has to run. Salazar barely escapes the ire of the CT side and should just have enough breathing room to get that bomb plant in.
Boy needs to keep taking space. He needs to keep fighting aggressive here. Get close towards heaven. Make sure that the CTs on rotation get pressured. And if they don't, you know they're coming top connector. You know that they're going to be coming in through from the bathrooms.
Planting on the truck as well, so it's not an open position for these CTs to deny from. Jump face from Salazar. Gets caught by Jambo. That's confirmed it. Wide swing. Jump face didn't spot him clearly. Now Boy stands out over at Dumpster. Moving up. Check position. Crims has seen him first. Boy trying to tap away. AWP pressuring him as well. Both men move in. Bomb site. Tapped once. AK burst through. Crims going to get hurt as well. Spray's awkward though. And in the end, Crims will take him down. fnatic will even the board.
But just a shame there from Salazar. He knows that if he can get out towards long, he's in a really good position, but he just gets caught on timing. Gets caught out in the open. Tricked had a lot of emphasis to close that round out. They had all of the A space. They were able to catch even a monster lurk. I think Nicky B came out and got a kill. But they'll be very disappointed to not convert.
A lot of scrappiness and awkwardness in these rounds. Trick trying to make fnatic feel very uncomfortable, and vice versa as well. Jambo Isn't top fragger right now, but some of the shots he's hit is trying to make him feel like it, especially in the last couple of rounds. Boy, legged out by the man in question. Made it off by Crims to kickstart the round.
Fear is still aggro long, so there's a setup here where he's already hearing the bomb carrier around party, so he's got one or two options. He can either sit here and crossfire with his teammate in the bathrooms, or he can swing in, try and go aggressive and wrap him behind.
Iceberg, in the meantime, going to try and make some noise out towards the B bomb site via Monster. The Molotov's HE is going to get ahead of the smoke that comes into the CT side. They have no idea his position. The flashbang from Bratko was try checking for it. Fear's going to get Salazar in the end, so that backstab does compound. Iceberg still making noise. The bomb's in the open. League's going to get Bratko out from the short access as a 3-on-3. They need Nicky B to get out of this CT cross, though. You can see that Fear still hunting for him back towards long. Missed his mark. Footsteps will get heard. And they're going to rotate towards the A bomb site entirely. Nicky B still trying to look for some kind of flank kills or counter aggression. Teammate's got to grab the bomb in from Con. It's still in the sight line of Jambo, though. And that's the big concern. He still misses. Bomb recovered now. Nade sent, smokes towards those crosses. Engage from Leagues. Gets one more man down. Nicky B's backstab. 20 seconds to it. League's going to get hurt. He manages to escape the ire of the CT side once again. Player on the A bomb site now sitting on the backstab. Seen by the likes of Jakaz, but returns towards his head at the right moment. Alongside Leagues' orb kill onto Crims. And somehow, some way, Tricked have come out with an absolute steal of a round.
I'm full shock. I can't break that round down. I mean, they've got bomb control and 20 seconds on the clock. It's unlosable, and yet they find a way to lose it. It's ridiculous. Oh, Tricked just play time off of this one, and we've seen some uncomfortable performances coming through from Fnatic. This is where you need to really start thinking about the tilt, the mental factor. I mean, just seeing rounds to that degree going awry, it should never happen.
I think that's one of those rounds that you take them, you put them in the demo review, you film it, and you put it on a YouTube video about 10 minutes long explaining exactly why Fnatic have so many problems that they do. Because, Jesus, yeah. Tricked. Minimum 6 at the turn of their T side at least. Can they take it into a half advantage is the next big question, Fnatic. If you aren't frustrated already, that is definitely going to be one put you on blast for. FAMAS SMGs on 3, very broken by, with the M4 exception on Fear for the last round of the CT half.
And I'm just trying to picture this first half together. Fnatic went up 3-0, they won an eco, and then they won the, 2v2 with Jambo and Crims retaking the A bomb site against Truck, and that's it! In an entire first half, which is meant to be one of your best maps in the pool that you pick against tier 1 teams and high-end tier 2 squads. Tricked will be very happy with this performance. Great trades out towards short. The MP9 should eventually go down, and indeed he does.
I suppose we've got one more to do with the bomb site. Backstab coming in from Jambo, just to convert on his one player. Teammates are coming in from spawn to pick that bomb now towards this B bomb site. Jakazmo, centralized defensive line, holding for the stairs. Jakazmo's going to have some smokes to try and suppress some short access to where they know where Iceberg's coming in from. He still wins that fight. And now an MP9 stands alone. Got to get active here. Finds a spray, doesn't win the fight for it. Nicky B reduced to 1 point of health, but he wins a 7-5 advantage for Trick to close the T side.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
T-side advantage for Trick has put them on the front foot well and truly for their pick in the series. You're right to criticise Fnatic for getting as little success as they did in that half. Pistol conversions, a couple of very careful played rounds, and Trick's side overall will come out on top irrespective of those minor successes on the part of the Fnatic side. It's now their CT bases where on paper they should be able to have a very good time.
And I can just imagine Crim's looking at this matchup thinking, who the hell is Boy? And then Iceberg looking at Fnatic and thinking, who the hell is Bratko? Just looking at some of the more inexperienced players on the server. Tricked will be very happy with what they've developed in that first half. It wasn't easy. There were definitely some stressing rounds, but Nicky B is 15-7 and Leaks is up at 12. Fnatic really need to get off to some early success. Otherwise, it's just going to be a steamroll to a map win and a 1-0 start here for Tricked.
Salazar taking first contact towards this long presence. There's a lot of players out here. I don't think he's got the inkling towards that, but I think now he does. Very quickly diving out of the way towards the mid-access jump face. Does take another tag towards a player in mid, but that's information to get spotted. Still no rotations drawn back at the CT side, though. Salazar still on a spot from range, is still looking for some heads, but soon enough he's going to need some support because they are on the way, en masse. Eventually he will go down.
Salazar overwhelmed. Disappointing first half from him. Disappointing start to the pistol. Players on stack towards B are going to start creating movement, but there's not much threat in this round. Yes, you've got a kit. Yes, you've got a smoke. Very difficult, though.
Took forever to get towards retaking positions, even with their teammate falling. Smokes are in the way. Bank is about to fade. Dumpster still in play for now. Will now be into fade here. Dambo in the corner. Crims head of Dumpster. Good kill for Iceberg. Kill found in the second player. Triple not quite allowed. Bratko and Jacasmo start trading. Boy gets involved now. He's dealt with by Fear. 1v2 now for Leaks, and Jacasmo puts him right down. Fnatic will take a pistol win. An all-important one. They're 2 for 2 in pistols now.
The Tricks probably won't have much going for themselves in the round 2 breaks. We do know that Iceberg is a very aggressive caller. Even on this team, even on Sashi, anytime they can reset an opposition, they tend to try and buy it up quite a lot. He loves an MP9. But let's have a look at the buy state.
Zero investment from Tricked. Get towards the rifles as soon as is possible. Gamble stack in towards the mid position though. Might catch a number of players out here because they've got a lot of emphasis towards it in Connector, in towards Park and T-Con. Bomb can get caught off here with the number of men that they have. Kill goes the way of Iceberg for 1 pick, but no more than that, unfortunately. Lakes, yeah, 1 kill will go the way of the part of the CT side as well, so that's 2 overall. Tricked. Still nothing major that will make a difference to the next follow-up round. It's going to be a foul buy from them. Reinvestment from Fnatic. Quickly Fear and Co able to stack up some decent money for it as well. And you still got another SMGs here for Tricked and a buy up.
Yeah, so they are using this as what Big and Furia do quite a bit, where you're not investing all the way, but you're investing enough to make the round dangerous. Look at how they're keeping money very light in the reserve. Not investing into a lot of util. Nicky B aggressively has a really good timing against Jambo, and it's a perfect start to the round.
HE landed 2 deep, so Jambo did not see any information revealed towards him. Jacasmo's awkward spray will get forced back by Nicky B's further extensions. But players coming in, Flash blinded. They still can't get him down. Finally, they will get him. Return to a 4-on-4 situation. There's still threat generated by Trick, though. You can see them taking other players as a map control. Crims could get isolated and found by Leaks. Or Salazar on the M4. AK watching Monster for now. He's not ready for the short pipe. Their heads are ducked down. Checked here, and he gets caught napping. You can see him look in his face. He was pretty frustrated towards that casualty. So Fnatic down a man.
And Iceberg's got a smoke, so he'll probably smoke off the front side of the bathrooms around the 40-second marker. All depends on just how much space is going to get gained. Salazar still stuck on 4 kills, but might be on for a sequence.
For holding, finds his fight. Fear will fall. Second player up to task, and both put down. Bratko can trade him, but now he stands alone in a 1-on-4. Bombs on his back, going for an AK. Trying to telegraph the fact that he's making his way into the bomb site. He's still got presence in mid. I believe that Leaks is just going to hold that angle back towards Monster. No idea of this further extension. Now caught by Dink. They know exactly where he is. There's nothing more he can do. The CTs will adjust towards the kill after time or better. Bratko has to save his weapon. Tricked are going to take their first of the half.
And what a great investment. You've got a lot of players sitting around 1K, 1.5K in the floater. They upgrade an MP9, a MP7, and then M4s with no util, and they end up getting an entire round still. You pretty much reset the opposition quickly. Luckily enough, Bratko stays alive, so he can drop an AK over to Jambo, but Fear's going to be limited. And if you're tricked, you're thinking, especially on the CT side, early momentum after losing Pistol, that we should start running away with this. We very easily, just with the way that the economy is lining up, we could go undefeated. We could win 13-7.
Three rifles on Fnatic, Jambo, Bratko, and Jacasmo. All the O's. Fear and Crims on pistols. On the contrary, HG's already done some damage towards the T-side contacts early in T-Con. Nicky B watching from mid as backup on Salazar's AWP. Gonna have to start adjusting towards long soon enough because it's one area of the map that they haven't been able to cover. And both start searching towards it. Nicky B contact with smokes in mind. Not sure where to throw it though. Right down towards long soon enough. That's when the majority of players are coming from. The jump face of Salazar trying to get that information back.
AWP just needs one because rotates are already coming up. Iceberg's going to be here.
Tilly being thrown, shoulder for Bratko, gives up his lifeline. Salazar backs up even further. Iceberg with counter util. HG's on, nades down. Salazar lands on Jambo for a double up. The T's held back, suppressed in. Two men standing. Fnatic continuing to see the slow faces of the AWP player. Iceberg will trade back on his demise. See Jacasmo a double up of his own. And grab that AWP for the next round as well. Tricked. Number 9.
It's just 2 rounds in a row that's not been threatening by Fnatic at all. And
yeah.
Samuelson was talking about how they want to kind of get back to that top level. Fnatic's peak VRS has only been going for about 2 years now, is 17th, and that was in July 2024. Now, of course, we're looking at a very different roster, but think about the players they had back there. Blame F, who's now farming out on Big. Matties, who's cooking on G2. Afro, that looks unbelievable on Monty. And then Body, who ever since getting kicked out from 3D Max has really struggled for the organization. So you look at those players and you see 2 years later what's happened. And you think, well, how are they not making those teams more successful? How are they not making these projects? And perhaps it's something about the synergy of the core of the players coming in and out, because they've had some incredible signings recently.
Indeed, they have. And if Fnatic want to get back to that higher level, they need to counter-offer these players and not let them go towards other organizations so easily. I understand that financials is a thing to worry about, but that's the reality of the business here. There's no doubt that that old team, with all those old pieces, definitely feels like it's stronger by comparison to this one, which looks so miscoordinated. Again, a set of players that on paper should be delivering, but right now are not. Fnatic produced 2 players, 3 players, 4th man can at least go training back there on Jacasmo, but he loses Fear in the meantime. Bomb's been dropped in the open. Jacasmo definitely not getting away at all here. Iceberg actually will lose to a double ding, so there's a little bit of damage being done, but nothing that should make a difference. Certainly will not be able to offer up a clutch.
And even though we might be familiar with a lot of these guys on Tricks, hardly any of them have played at a decent level in the past. I mean, even think about Iceberg when he was a part of Sashi, when they went on that run, in the summer of 2024? That was probably about a 2-month window where they looked decent and were a top 30 team in the world. Other than that, he'd never had success as an in-game leader to call anyone towards the high end of Tier 2. Salazar's Ecstatic project with Patty and Zyphon, it was okay, but also dropped off, only probably peaked for about 4 months, 5 months or so. And then, well, Leaks, Nicky B and Boy have never played at a top level. So when you're someone like Crims, who was at the last major with Fnatic, when Fear was there as well, when Jambo was also there, and you've got that core 3, and then you end up getting a new core from the old Passion UA, you have to be looking at the majority of these opposition and say, we need to be eating them for breakfast. We need to be smoking them.
And give credit where it's due towards Salazar. At least that peak did feature a major appearance. Leaks appearing towards Monster. Find out the likes of Crims. Jambo will also drop in the exchange of a 2-for-1. Very early in the round, not even 30 seconds into it, Trick have gained a man advantage, and Fnatic are forced back into passiveness of the map control. It's a lot of respect being offered by Tricked at least, but you can just see how Fnatic are so wary of the threatening positions and the threats at mind of the CT side.
Here, Bratko and Jacasmo just have to end A here. They don't have a B lurk now, so you've got to pack and group, you've got to keep contacting. As soon as contact gets made, though, you're going to get a HE towards, let's say, center of mass, and then you're also going to have the signpost player that can crossfire.
Nicky B with the HE in hand, running, facing, jumping against Bratko. HE at the ready. Utilize it, love it a little bit. M4 by Spoke still finds that fight. Nicky B also finds Fear. Jacasmo waiting for someone to extend. Looked away from Dumpster at the worst possible moment. Eventually caught by a triple swing. And a casualty of a Nicky B on the double kill on the defense. 11-7 Fnatic. Another situation where a pistol and conversion is the bulk of what they've got here, especially in this half, the only thing that they've got. Tacticals called in because I don't think they've got much left in them. They need to find something desperately.
Well, they've just looked bang average from the word go. As soon as we've got into rifle rounds, they've showed a lack of talent, lack of depth. And even Nicky B is the lowest rated player for Tricked in the last 3 months on Overpass, averaging just a 1.07. He's 20-10. You've got mass AKs being held on the CT side. You've had real comfortability, especially going into the second half, which is not even getting bomb plants. Yeah, you might have been able to win pistol and conversion, but since then it's, what, 4 in a row? They're not even getting close to a bomb site. They're getting farmed before they even can come and commit towards an execute. 4 rounds the difference, another eco. And at a certain point, especially in the first half, you thought that there was maybe a bit of threat from Fnatic, that they were making it uneasy for Tricked. You now fast forward and think, well, that's just disappeared.
Absolutely. Fnatic. Second half has not been there. Salazar and Leaks making it rather easy on defense of the orb, getting 2 picks back. Triple sequence, lovely stuff. And Fear stands alone, 1 on 5. Caught back by Salazar's wide face to a quadra. One of the strutted stuff and padded stats and put Fnatic down to a map point for Tricked.
Tricked picked into this map, and there were maybe some concerns just because of the play rate from Fnatic, the opposition that they were able to compete against, especially in the LAN environments recently. But they have proven that picking Overpass was a real good strength in this best of 3. Really good. 12-7, 5 chances. They'll probably get it done straight away, especially when you're holding on to an AWP and 3 AKs.
Grim seen and sprayed. Iceberg gets the rough end of the stick on that exchange, though, so that's 1 pick back for Fnatic. Good starting around, they desperately need to stay alive on. Salazar also getting caught tagged up by the key veteran. Nearly a 2-man advantage for Fnatic, and leaning towards the mid position. Boys on side defensive. Backstab and Nicky B is going to come in very late here, so Boys got to stand the defender on his own. Backups on the way in. Molotovs go up, headshot perfect alongside the AWP picker Salazar. The Crimson Bratko trade him. And Salazar is smoked off. Nicky B's got to set that backstab up as Crims is going in for one of his own. Bombs on site will look to get planted. CTs are waiting for Fnatic to make another move right here. They might just get it as well. Salazar. Which players pushing the smoke? Jacasmo. Ooh, seen, shot back. Jacasmo trades it. Nicky B's way too far away. Hoping they were going to extend from Connector. I'm thinking that B is compromised, so the bomb plant will come down there, and he's right to assume so. He might still win this clutch. Crims is so low.
HE out towards default, won't be able to catch off Crims, but it will do, well, I was expecting a bit more damage to Jacasmo.
Not quite on point, apparently. I'll try and fight him. No crumbs made out of his position. They know exactly where he is. Crims may be the first contact. Jacasmo's going to swing off that contact. Lean in from CT ramp. Not seen. Eventually is Nicky B, head taken clean off. And one more back for Fnatic's part of things. It's 1 out of 5 for survival. Plenty of cash available for the Trick side, though. They're going to buy again.
They'll be buying for a little while. That's a very good mid-round there from Fnatic. They get some very good space. Their lurk of Crims gets success everywhere. Gets a kill short, gets another one monster, walks out B, brings that bomb back over. Easy. AWP back into the hands of Salazar, who was, what, 2 and 8? He's now 15 and 15. I mean, he's caught up very quickly.
Hitting some pretty big blinders as well. HE on Crims, nice start from Iceberg. Trying to neutralize his initial prods in towards the short access. It's well placed and not quite an opening kill, but he's not going to be able to have as much impact this time over.
Iceberg's expecting a walk to come forward from Monster to what Crims was doing in that last round and just pressurizing solo. They're keeping 2 players towards A, but they're being funneled back by just the U2 alone. Front bathroom smoke, divider molly, flash comes out wide, so if there was an AWP pinned on the flower pots, it would have got forced back. Salazar is there, but just in a deeper angle.
Iceberg will drop first. Jacasmo finds the opening. Nicky B beyond this smoke, divider being searched. There's 3 players for his left-hand side. He has no idea about them. M4 seeing flashbangs. That's just felt the smoke's coming in. Does get caught by that smoke fading in the open and exposed. Salazar can't beat them beyond the smoke. Will try firing blind for a Hail Mary shot. Prayers are not answered today, and with Trick being overwhelmed rather quickly in this round, they are going to back away, save the guns this time. Fnatic up to 9.
Save again, no problem at all. And you can only expect that a gamble stack is going to warrant a round victory at some point. Having a 3A, having a 3B, and an execute just goes into a trap, and then that's when 13 gets closed. That's the one beauty about Overpass on the City side, is that when you're on map point, you can just keep saving and you just keep buying, don't you? I mean, the loss bonus is going to start kicking in. Boys close towards 7K. Nicky B's already there. You've got 3.5 for Salazar, 3, 4 for Iceberg and Leaks. So much cash.
And so they'll be buying for a while on Tricked. Money flowing, tacticals being called out. Their second of this game. Right time to do so. Well, that's how Iceberg went falling. The beginning of the end of that round for the Tricked side. One good burst sometimes is all you need. Got 3 more chances to claim their map pick in this series. 3 more opportunities to cripple Fnatic. Trying to regenerate that promise that they had at the very beginning of the matchup when they had that coordination and well placed on the CT defensive. The T side's been lackluster in general. Trick needs to shut it down before it can generate any real threat.
The Tricks weren't even able to get to double digits against Johnny Speeds on Overpass in their last best of 3, but now they're in a great position to close. Fnatic have got not a huge amount of A pressure, but Jambo strikes on Salazar.
Good kill. Smoke's a little bit late. Fear's going to walk forward a bit. Leaks better be watching. Flashbang forward. Ham's going to get caught blinded, and Fear's spray does not quite get the kill for it. HE will dish out some damage, but that M4 can still be threatening, and Boyd's going to start to make his way forward out towards the bridge. He's actually Leaks the strikes towards the ramp instead. Smoke's down. T-side players making their way in. Jacasmo just runs up from short, gets his pick. Orb shot missing, but Fear's going to take down Leaks to the other side of the bomb site, and Fnatic's execution has left Tricked for dead once again. Iceberg and Nicky B, no presence around the B bomb site. And now you feel like the Danes are starting to choke.
Yeah, a little bit. I think for Fnatic, still not a great site hit from them. I know that they get a lot of success, but I feel as if they bait Crims there quite a lot. They use him as someone that can search, someone that can clear a lot of map control, and then instead of committing with him, they end up just leaving him to die. It turns into a bit of a double pump, a double wave into B. Nicky B and Iceberg. They'll look at this and say, look, we can save again. I think for Iceberg as a caller, that last round maybe isn't a choke. I mean, you're trying to set the AWP up for an opening kill towards Monster, and he just loses it straight away. Everything of that round defines whether you win or lose that pick. And as soon as you lose it, that's when you get the collapse of the B bomb site.
Two more chances remain. Two more in a row for Fnatic to make up. Overtime will be calling for this map. Late game resurgence, attempting to get back into control, back into an advantage. Heavy-handed on the B defense right now. There's one player in con that could provide support towards mid if necessary. Nicky B's not seeing anything though. Fnatic heavy-handed on short anyway. Crims again working his way up. Salazar's posted to the doorway. Underpass uncontested, and Salazar start searching, start wide facing. Boost could be seen. Jacasmo's going to get caught for it. Crims double dipped on. No, Salazar does not pull the trigger on it. Meanwhile, the T-side players start acting from Monster into the execution. Boy's going to get caught. Iceberg going to provide support, but both Leaks and Boy on the site itself will get picked out. Iceberg back at jungle has got to hide. Molotov sending graffiti. Crims going to catch Salazar, returning the fire onto the AKBP. And the advantage tips the way of Fnatic once again. Iceberg searching around for Jambo. Smoke providing cover for a plant. Crims not going to look. Jambo, he'll get seen. That M4 finally takes him back.
Iceberg is trapped though. Bratko's in a really good position. Crims can swing off of his contact.
Now Nicky B's joined Iceberg. Bratko going to watch for Heaven. Big gap. Crims going to search and find Nicky B in the end. And now Iceberg's got to make his move up. The gun barrel seen. Crims continues to face. Iceberg didn't mark him. And when they need him the most, a hero seems to emerge from Fnatic. Crims delivering moment after moment on this short and B access. Nearly top fragger of his side. The triple in that previous round. There's one more to go.
Well, that's a choke. No other way of saying it. That's an AWP that recognizes there's no con lurk, knows that they're executing B. There's 3 CTs crossfiring on the bomb site. How is that being taken from Fnatic? Iceberg is furious. They can't believe it. The players on B will be just gutted. And Fnatic have gone from 12-7 down to now in a position of just 1. This looks as if it's going to overtime.
Prem standing up again. Tricked. Their final chance to close in regulation, take their map pick. What was looking like it could have been a confident way to say, right, well, game on, boys. Limp their way through this overpass. Leaks now on site, holding for the monster push. Flashes in against him, caught blinded, can't even escape the lip of the boost up angle. Crim starts looking for the search. He runs into 3 players and Leaks can get credited with that kill. An advantage, well and true for the tricked side. Bratko round the outside though, over at T-Ramp. Will get his kill in. Salazar and Leaks get 2 trades back. 4 on 2. Jambo and Jacasmo surely can't win this with a bomb being exposed. Leaks will give himself up in the open. Short access being cut off. AWP and Jambo searching. There's 25 seconds for Fnatic in the bomb plant right now. Jacasmo keep him away from the jungle angles. They're going to push forward anyway. Jacasmo's going to get caught. Tagged up. Orb shot for Jambo. Nicky B was responsive. Jambo. Oh, what a shot that is. Last man standing. All for your battle. Jambo ducked out of the way. Salazar, he's exposed but gets beyond that smoke. Bomb can just get recovered and just get planted. And now Salazar goes charging in. Scope up. Deagle pulled. One man standing. Shots land on the USP. Better than they can with a hand cannon. And Tricked will just about hold on to 13-11. Their map pick of Overpass. Yes.
And it's such a crazy round to convert at the end because of the buy state. They didn't have a huge amount to work with. It's a very unorthodox setup. They've got a boost out there in the pit position. They're trying to work an MP7. They're trying to work M4s with a lack of util. They can count their lucky stars that they closed in that finale of round 24 because it didn't look likely. It was a very good performance overall there from Trick. First half looked pretty competitive. Second half, they showed a lot of strength. Just struggling to get it over the line. Bit concerning for the rest of the best of three.
Indeed it is, because well, it could have been a very confident way, again, to reinstate yourself and put all the tilt back from Fnatic. Fnatic able to get themselves out of that position in part thanks to Trink not having the chops to close. I think it was great from Crims in terms of his late game impact to come into his own in terms of that individual basis. But overall, it probably should have been seen a lot sooner from Fnatic in terms of all those players getting involved there, because that really was overall a very poor showing from them on this map.
Yeah, it was, and I think it never helps for Fnatic if you can win both pistols, get off to positive starts in both halves, and yet still struggle in the gun rounds. Now, going into Mirage, Iceberg has always been, let's say, a weak in-game leader when it comes to this map. Doesn't matter when he was on Sashi, when he was on the old Trick lineup, when he's on this one. It's just never been good for the Danes. They've always struggled on it. They've always had a little bit of a 5-map map pool where they've had an insta-ban, and they've also had that Mirage that's on the weaker side. So for Fnatic, it's a perfect map to go into. It's a perfect way to go 1-1 in the series and force this match to a decider.
Well, certainly this year it hasn't been the greatest map for them. I'm wondering if maybe they can channel their inner late years from last year, though, because there was some very good results that came out from this Tricked side back when they were playing on HLTV at the end of 2025. So maybe there'll be some sort of way to channel that back in. Of course, the recent results definitely speak louder, but let's see what they can do on the part of the Trick side. We're Mirage to pick a Fnatic after the break.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Isten hozott do híresek csarnokában. Vítejte v síni slávy Tipsportu, místě zasvěceném největší komunitě sáskařů. Profi výbava analytika plichtiče, který inspiruje.
Co děláš?
Držím palec.
Ukáž?
Držíme palce všem sportovním i sázkařským hrdinům. Tipsport.
I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on. Gotta 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 keep the flame on. Keep the flame on.
Well, Trick barely got out of that one. They do take map number 1, 13-11. Their pick of Overpass is certainly secure, but it could have been a lot more confident given the nature of how Fnatic were able to bring themselves back. Mirage are coming up next, where it doesn't feel quite as confident for the Danes now here.
No, it doesn't, but at least they've got some success recently on it. They played it against Johnny Speeds in the very last round, which was just 3 days ago. They lost their map pick of Overpass and came back to win Mirage and Ancient of the best of 3 series. So they'll have that behind them. I think they'll just know themselves, especially with going to overtime as a loss versus Young Ninjas on this map in the best of 1, that we need to develop if we want to really cause a threat to be a 2-0.
You wonder how much practice has been put in this map in the time since that best of 1. I mean, obviously, Johnny Speeds did fall down pretty handily towards them. And there's also another good result on X-Ruby with a 13-1 result for the Trick camp. So there are some known teams within the Tier 2 space that Tricked are taking down. I would argue some of those teams are further ahead than compared towards Tricked in terms of where I place them in the Tier 2 space. So those results definitely indicate some positivity. Overall, though, a lot of losses. And there, if you go back even further to the tail end of the 3-month window, you got losses to like Arbe and Mix 52. Who are those guys? I don't know. And so like you've got some results where it's like, okay, yeah, then maybe this isn't going to be quite as clean out as it possibly could have done there for the last map of the series. But Fnatic is only so limited. It's also similarly hit and miss. I mean, winning as Infinite, losing to the Eyeballers. There are just more concerns in terms of the way in which these map ups are being dragged out. Like it's 13-10 over Infinite and 13-11 over Aim Club. So some teams that you shouldn't be stressed by are indeed stressing them.
And Fnatic just know themselves, we need to show quality in the right roles. We go into Mirage. Jacasmo is going to be someone that's fighting quite a lot, taking a lot of duels. Jambo looked really good out there on map number 1. His numbers might have only indicated that he dropped 14 kills, but when he was getting that AWP, when he was facilitating that role, he definitely looked like the better AWP between him and Salazar. So that's what you've got to hope, as the expectation is going to be able to come to the fold when we get to this second map now.
If we can make that a little bit more consistent, a little bit more widespread across the entire map up there. Similar story for Salazar as well, with his own AWP potential. Only one good round of a great sequence, I think it was an anti-eco if memory serves me correctly. Either way, Tricked on the CT side starts. Mirage will take place, pistol rounds live. Fnatic already looking for a set piece into A.
Very aggressive in for Iceberg to try and search for information.
On the corner, we'll see shoulders, we'll see heads, taking none of those kills. Bratko with the opening stance, leaks Goosh down to 27 points of health. Nicky B seeing players making their way in towards this jungle angle, will take down Bratko and escape from the murder hole just to avoid the second contact to the second T-side player. Bomb plant in the meantime, to get secured. 4-on-4 retake boy is already looking for access and he may well just find it. Utility is sent, player on the stairs, Jacasmo with 2 awesome frags. Nicky B, Goosh down again to 1 point of health, dealt with by Fear. Salazar with 1 trade, needs 4 on the return and a 1v4 scenario. Backstab's also closing in on him. And time ticking away on this bomb. We'll switch to that USP, try fight from range, but now Jambo is in position and Jacasmo will steal the kill away from him for a triple to start the pistol round of Fnatic.
The best map in the pool for Jacasmo. 1.33 rating in the last 3 months across the 6 maps played. Excellent firepower from him. And for Iceberg, he just got caught on timing. Tried to go for a search, tried to back off. You're never going to be able to survive and get there towards Underbalk. And then they got beaten by pace as soon as they lost the entry.
And that result is now 3 for 3 in pistols on Fnatic's part. One thing you can say about their last map, numbers definitely got aided by those opening rounds. 5 rounds total secured on that last map as a result of the pistol rank conversion. 6 if you include the pistol here across this entire series. And number 7 should also be coming in on round 2. No investment from Trick whatsoever.
Tricks will feel that if they can get 1 kill, you got to be happy with it when you're not investing. Get into those rifles early. And for Fnatic, look, I think there were certain periods, especially in the first half of map 1, where it looked promising. They looked as if they were going to get something going, but they never really threatened, right? Never really pumped the opposition. I'm hoping that we get signs of that now moving into their map pick.
This will be the comfortable territory to try and do it in. Think onto Fear is not an encouraging way to start off the anti-eco. Grims will get the second kill on the player on Dark. Floor banging the likes of Leaks out. Meanwhile, the bomb plant has been secured towards the B-bomb site. This is all just a big old ruse. Boy will catch off Grims, so there's 1 pick back. And Galil in his hand probably shouldn't be leaning into any sort of retake again. They went harsh eco in this round, so there's no Kevlar, no utility to speak of. Maybe put the pistols in for exit frags and try to do some damage to Fnatic. Try to reset them in the actual gun buy.
Holding on to a Galil is always promising. Fnatic get off to that 2-0 beginning. And again, I just don't think we're seeing Fnatic play that many tournaments. I mean, it is one thing because they've had, let's say, a lot of early exits, especially on the LAN. I mean, they got, what, grouped at BC Game Masters. Draklan was only 4 best-of-3s because they went out in a top 8. But just not a huge sample size of maps in the pool. I mean, they've played, what, 13 Ancients in the last 3 months, 9 on Anubis, 10 on Dust 2, and then you get towards maps like Inferno, 7, Mirage, 6. Just, yeah, not getting a huge amount of officials in.
Maybe a bit more involvement in the scene in general might aid Fnatic a bit. One of the less populated results pages on Wikipedia. Dracula is the most recent one, only finished at the end of last month. Fears Mac 10 will walk in, Leaks and Nicky B will combine to catch him as the rifles will kick things off on the right foot. Tricked. But CT players looking to press on, and Boy and Iceberg can get 2 more kills out of that mid-access. Fnatic and no one covering the short access at all. Grims can walk his way in from round, but that bomb's been left up the top mid.
Bonus round or not, that is quite a statement against that kind of buy, isn't it? You just instantly fight towards Connector, fight out in short, and everyone's successful. Crims, even though he's quite a heavy lurker, he was entering quite a lot out there in the last map. So maybe that tells you a bit of the signs about, let's say, the role overlap, right? That maybe they're trying to work out the inner works of the team, that they need Crims to take a bit more space. They maybe need some of these guys to be a little bit more passive. And it's got to be between Fear and the coach and just everyone working as a unit to just feel better on the server. Not only just strive for wins, but get a style that works for these players.
Independent a couple of days ago was saying that he wanted more time. Some opportunities to really get the team gelled together. Maybe that is our solution for Fnatic. Maybe only time can tell if that is really the case. Eagle, Tech 9, Galil, and 2 AKs. Fnatic are brought back into this round. Is very, very weakened thanks to the damage that Trickter did in the previous eco. Once again, stacked up, looking for a set piece into A.
Leaks is still very aggressive out here to the top of stairs, so he'll probably catch timing on someone towards A ramp. All of this mid control that's being searched now is seeing nothing. They're clearing under window, clearing top mid, nothing here, so rotate heavy towards A.
Molotov will confirm it. The smoke will block their access. Still see Leaks firing beyond that fire. Can't quite register and see the player directly onto the palace entrance. From beyond that smoke, they do get the kills in on Nicky B and Leaks. I'm not sure if there was a HG to pop it open, but either way, 2-man advantage secured. T-side presence extending towards the stairs. Salazar flashed in, both blinded, both dead. Oh, what coordination this is. Tricked, playing some good old classic tactical Danish CS. 2 apiece on the board.
You can just say they're playing CS, unlike Fnatic. That is very good stuff coming through from Iceberg. And, I mean, we've covered him for enough years to know that there's certain periods where he gets loud. He's an in-game leader that works with a lot of emotion. That's how he's very successful. You've now had 2 insanely confident rounds back-to-back.
Yeah.
You're not dropping players. The economy's looking good. You're holding on to T-weapons. I mean, how often, by round 5, do you see 5 AKs being held on the CT side? That's so uncommon.
That's ridiculous, is what it is. We've got a few Eagles in the hopes that Fnatic can try and return the favour, try and take some of these weapons out of their hands, and Leaks is having none of that. Straight shot on Jambo, seeing the shoulder of the second man, head of the third. Line him up and knock him down. Simple triple. Fnatic's eco going about as well as eco seems to go here. I do hope that's not Fear disconnecting. Either way, it won't make a difference in this round, but well, Fnatic just they don't need any more concerns at this stage. They're already down a map in the series, even if it is home territory here on Mirage. Tricked will get the lead.
And if you are Tricked, you need to target as many of these CT rounds as possible. You think of the flow state of this game, getting an 8-4 would be a really good goal, really good target. Leaks just wants to make sure that we keep 5 alive here. We lose nothing against the eco. And the Deagle from Jacasmo is looking to just create some space, just something, just one kill towards A.
Oh, there's your kill. 1 AK lost to the CT side. Nicky B is holding for the second. Jacasmo has a second Deagle shot. He loses fear in the meanwhile. Third one not quite as prevalent. 1 rifle, 2 rifles considered actually for Trick's side. They can still buy into that AWP if they want to. Indeed, Salazar's going to pass off to his teammates, so it looks to be the big green gun coming out. And fnatic. At least they've reduced the number of AKs available to the CT forces, but now they need to get some AKs of their own and actually apply the rounds and get something started here on the T side line.
The Tricked will feel that they can fight quite aggressively just because of having the AKs in their hands. Instantly, we're getting Boy getting out towards ladder. You've got Nicky B that can break the window smoke. The AWP from Salazar is playing towards A. He wants opening contact towards A main.
Salazar still so focused on Ram, no one supporting and connector, so that's a kill found instantly for Jacasmo. Nicky B getting pressured, teammate back over at the Palace Engines, need to get down towards Dark, start fighting, gets nothing on Leaks. Boy suppressed, M4 flashed in, both players blinded by it, so Nicky B is going to fall back, as will Boy and as will Iceberg. It seems to be a safe call in from Trick's fnatic. Quickly exploiting a gap in the defense and taking their third round.
Just got beaten by pace. Salazar was hoping that there was going to be a flank somewhere, especially when connector control gets gained so quickly. You're probably expecting there to be an A split, so someone to come out of A ramp, pick them off, try and dive in towards Sandwich, maybe try and get a crossfire going with Leaks. Instead, they just run it up, and that was one of the more pacier rounds. I mean, Overpass, just because of the way it plays out, because of how big the map is, you can't really have pace. Come into Mirage and you start dueling a little bit more.
fnatic. Even the board right here, their T side trying to find something more stable. They only got the pistol and conversion. Trick got 3 back on the return. Sheer confidence now being tested by the opposition. AK's on 2, M4's on 2, more that AWP and Salazar. fnatic. Burning Nicky B to a crisp there and connect. I'm not sure what happened to him either way. Starting advantage for the T side. They won't be complaining about it.
Iceberg is peering very aggressively in towards the apartments. Now, there is a lurk sitting on the other side of the smoke, and that being Crims. Now, Iceberg, if he does get caught by Crims, round is just over. It's just finished.
I think he saw him above the smoke. His crosshair set towards position. He doesn't want to pull the trigger just yet. Revealed. There it is. Iceberg will drop. Salazar's feeling very much surrounded, very exposed. Bombs on its way in, will land on Crims rather quickly. The smoke out, wary of the mid-access. Jambo will get smoked off and he'll back away or respect the utility. Stalls out fnatic for now, they've still got a man advantage. Bracco's hoping that Salazar re-extends. Turns away from it before it happens as Boy gets caught on the A-bomb site in the meantime. Salazar sees his head, doesn't quite take him, gets out of the way just in time to evade his demise. Leaks held out in Sniper's Nest, missed his own timing against the man. The smoke was in the way of the window. As Jambo rotates out of apps, the A site is once again claimed, and fnatic will claim a lead with it.
fnatic are just starting to show more strength in the mid-rounds. Easy picks. AWP really needed that one towards Con. And Leaks is very worried about how he actually saves, because if he goes through the murder hole towards Market, he could be watched by Spawn. If he drops out window, there could be a player in Con. So what he's going to wait is almost until the bomb goes off and then just dive in towards underpass to B. fnatic get up to 4, and unfortunately here for Tricked, I mean, up 3-2, having all those mass AKs, really haven't quite capitalized and gone on to do something.
Indeed. So rare that a CT side has 5 AKs on the board and still you're able to do very little with that. That's a rarity in its own. We always talk about the 4 AK1 orb setup on CTs to give you the most powerful positions possible and unlosable rounds in some contexts. In this case, all of them very losable, so much so Fnatic can take a lead back and Trick to forced into a tactical pause.
Well, Iceberg knows if we want to get ourselves in, let's say, 2-0 position, we need to compete in this first half. If we're not getting enough rounds, it's just not going to happen. We need to try and rattle the opposition. And it's also something that you do need to remember. Fnatic have gone 3 for 3 in pistols. So if that's a recurring issue, you go into the second half, you're going to get off to a slow start again, right? So you need to get as much out of these gun rounds as you can.
Tricked. Have their weapon sets back for them here. Full buys into the M4s, the AWP of Salazar. Fnatic. Incendiary on Iceberg. Jambo's AWP. Trying to see him first and foremost. The utility trying to go deep from the man. He tried to extend that deep smoke in the previous round. Not going to opt to do so this time. He's a solo holder of the B-bomb site. Any failures from him and the round is over.
Without there being a short player or even a quick rotation from window, you just can't afford to go down. Now, we need to see some activity from the A players. If you're going to keep forward towards A, you need to search. It's either towards connector or it's towards A main.
Looks like Trick's going to try and gamble on the fact that they've ended A so many times in this half. Smokes in from mid, countered by a smoke bottom con. Bomb rotating in towards the mid-access. Salazar's AWP to contest one rifle. Crims, his foot is peeking out, eventually with his lean forward. Salazar connects the man. Slightly deeper smoke. HE to try to reveal presence. No one's going to be seen there. Nicky B inside of that smoke at the Sniper's nest. Now Fear starts acting into the bomb site, which is looking pretty open here. The execution could well come down. Nicky B finds Bratko, and boy has just caught one back towards Sandwich. Rush Bane to sneak his way out of there. Ricazzo will trade back. Iceberg bomb could still be exposed, and indeed leaks will take him back. And Trick seems to have played an unorthodox but effective strategy against Fnatic. 10 seconds. Ricazzo can't plant the bomb in time from here. Cancel at least hunt down one more player, try and make it expensive, try and ensure that there's not as many AKs at the CT side. Runs into the AWP though, Salazar will take him down just before time, and Trick will even the board again.
Well, it might have been a gamble, but you have to look at Fnatic and just think, well, nothing's happening in that round. I mean, the first full minute, we're just sitting there holding the NWP towards the B apartments. They're not taking mid. They didn't have a lurk towards A or Palace. Yeah, there may have been some retaking util towards mid, but 40 seconds, even under 40 seconds is when first contact comes in. They run out of time. That's very successful. That's a strong round from Tricked.
Oh, missed window smoke there from the Fnatic side. Oh, free reign for Nicky B. Look down range into the mid position. Again, no short player from Tricked's part of things, and leaving Iceberg as the solo B defender. Maybe after so much A success, Fnatic are finally going to decide to end up B here. They've got 4 players and apps, including the bomb.
Just so silent again. No map control anywhere for Fnatic.
And try and put Bratko to search in from mid. The jump face of Iceberg will be heard by Crims. Will he try and swing to try and strike him down? Will try and do so, but he's been seen there. Utility sent up, smokes to block the access. Stall out time as short access and catwalk's been taken away by Fnatic's part. Utility in, the smoke down, the incendiaries will block underpass. Boy will try to look for contact, but nothing will be seen there in the mid control for now.
No, they've missed the window smoke twice in the same round. Nicky B is going to come out wide. These short players could get farmed up.
Round the first, trade back from Bratko. Iceberg close to contact. Flashbang involved against him. He gets caught fully blinded, and now he's dead. That's all the B defensive haul, and the AWP in the apartment's going to hit on Boy. And try and extend out to the market window, though. Eventually goes to the bomb plant more directly. Boy was not going to catch an angle against him. advantage for Fnatic on this post-plant trick. Decide they don't want to go for the retake. They're backing away to save their guns. They already have one man on the bomb site. Fnatic will take a lead back again.
Casmo, this time wasn't even needed. Great double entry coming through from Bratko, and I mean that flash, the timing of it looked really promising from the position from Iceberg, but then as soon as he gets full blinded, that's just it.
Yeah.
Nicky B can't do anything, and I think for Fnatic, this is definitely looking a lot more threatening from their sake than how the last map did. The problem is very similar to, especially towards the end of Overpass, right on the city side for Trick when they were coming to close. They just keep getting buys on the table. I mean, they're saving on to 3, so it's another buy, no problem.
Money still kept at a decent point here for the Tricked camp. Say weapons or otherwise, they're going to continue investing, continue buying, continuing getting back into this control and trying to respond to Fnatic's favor. Get the economy back and towards their favor. Good flash timing there. Salazar going to get kill on Jambo with Leaks providing the assistance. Gets ahead of that smoke right there. Shot can't quite connect onto the man he's looking for at top mid though. Damage return. Salazar diving out of the way and having to escape.
It tells you that he's keen, very eager to go and fight them against mid. Leaks is waiting for Crims to activate towards Palace. Resmoke comes down. And what we're noticing from Fnatic is not a huge amount of pace for them in these gun rounds. They're keeping it really slow. They're keeping it really default heavy. Gambo, one player that I expected to perform at a very high level come this second map, is 2 and 5.
Not a lot being seen from him. Leaks in the bomb side default plant position. You're going to get checked by 2 men. Bratko, great kill. Excellent and confident stuff to get under that bomb side. Tagged up on Bratko, and Salazar will keep those 2 individuals rather low. Salazar going to burn that Molotov, put in by Fear towards jungle. Spam down to Casmo. Can't get a lot of damage. Backstabs coming in from Boy as well, but Trick may have already lost their foothold in this round, in this retake. You can see players already backing up, so Fnatic will take 6-4. Now, you're right, a lot more threat found by this side on their home territory map.
It's just disappointing from the A player there of Leaks. It's never easy as an anchor when you're being hit by a lot of util. There's, a molly towards dark. There's quite a lot of flashes. But he just needs to be getting one. When rotations are slow and there's no one CT, the only thing that Salazar can do is try and fight out towards jungle, and he's being spammed and he gets pushed in towards a Molotov. Need that A player just to get one. Even just to think about setting in for a retake, seeing if you can search, anything presents. Order 6 down when you're 3-2 up. Fnatic putting in quite a few rounds now.
Imagine how the rifle rounds are going to be all the important to Tricked because of the nature of how Fnatic are winning these pistols. The CT side as well of high importance on this map up because statistically T side win percentages are not great for the Tricked side. Even in that Johnny Speeds match, I've got an 8-4 half and allow them to get back into control. You start to rein in the T-side basis. So being on the back foot on Fnatic and their own map pick in this one. Problems start really cropping up for the Danes.
Salazar is finally bringing that AWP towards B. We've not seen that previously, and it allows them to keep this 4-1 setup that they've had. Just that, do you want the AWP on B? Because, I mean, there's been hardly any B attention. Not much towards the apartments, not much in from short. Very slow from Fnatic again.
Four men on the A-bomb site. Fear will lead them up into the mid-control. Boy with the SMG on point-blank contact at the palace entrance. Molotov's going to try and drive him away. Forced into the fight. Crim's going to win it. Sends that T-side player in. Jambo's AWP picks up the kill. Fear doesn't check the corner of Con. 2 kills for Nicky B. With a kill from Leaks as well involved. Jambo's going to try and charge in towards the man. Glock is pulled, does land him. Bomb picked up and Leaks will drop. But it's Salazar standing alone, flashed off. Perfect on that position. Molotov against him. Uses that smoke, he blocks his position into the bomb side, locks his angle out towards it. 10 seconds, gets back towards Con. Open plant position, HE sent towards back of danger. Does land on Crims, but the bomb plant's coming in a default. All for your battle. M4 picked up for the retake. Salazar baiting his man, looks at the side. Jambo hears his footsteps and goes for the swing and the hit. fnatic have the half.
Well, thank goodness Jambo can be able to rectify the end. I've got to be honest, I think this entire T-side just looks uninspired. It's so boring to watch these guys. I mean, they get themselves a very slow double entry, and then they come up Con, and all they need to do is trade, and just no one even clears the cubby corner. So you're getting mistakes, but you're also just, I don't know, getting a play style that just doesn't feel as if anything's on display right now, even if they are winning rounds.
By virtue of the fact that Tricked haven't really shown up as individuals, Iceberg on 1 kill, Boy on 4. Nicky B's had his moments, and Salazar too, but not enough. Chasmo on 10 kills, and it feels like everybody finding impact moments from fnatic in this opening half. And that's what's getting them those wins. The Trick being on a broken bye for the last round of the half. Once again, Salazar left as the only member of contact to the B bomb side. The extensions out from Iceberg will start to rotate in towards T spawns. They'll be able to try and set up a backstab, but in the late round, though, if fnatic execute now, Salazar will need backup desperately.
He needs help, and he needs to try and stall for damage. The FAMAS only gets a dink off.
Leaves can get 1 pick back on a return. Flashbang to try to stop the T-side contact, stop them from progressing further forward here. Iceberg going to get caught by Fear. Orb shot missing. AK rifle unable to do much more from the back lines. Jambo will connect that casualty alongside Fear, continuing to hold his lurk play. And Boy alone, 1v4, M4 in hand. Fear watching the return and will take down a simple, tidy triple. 8-4 for fnatic to close the first half.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
4 rounds for the gun on fnatic's advantage. Tricked. Their records of losing pistol rounds may well already be out of this map up. It is the opposition pick, so fnatic in the favourite position. Managed to maintain their T-side line, the transition to the CT half, and again, T-side for Tricked, statistically not that amazing. So in spite of how fnatic have looked uninspired in that opening half, still feel like we're on to a third map at this stage.
Yeah, we definitely are, and it just tells you how weak Mirage really is from Tricked as a whole. They can look promising on it at certain points, but also let themselves down in others like this one. 4 rounds the difference. Double Julies in for both Jambo and for Chasmo. Bit of util for Iceberg, but 1 and 7. I mean, he has to recognize it himself. It's just not on to be fragging at that low level.
Being IGL was not a good enough excuse. The main laggard, but not the only laggard. Tricked. Shot from Fierce, so clinical to his opening. Bratko involved towards Shaw. Nicky B gets both those casualties back, so he's doing all that he can to try and bail out his side. Crims now stands alone in the back of the bomb site, sees that one contact, but that's all just distraction to draw away the CTs from the A bomb site with the real hits coming in. Boy cuts off one of those rotators, so Chasmo will fall. He'll make sure that they can't make their way in from the B bomb site. And Tricked actually have played sophisticated pistol win at this stage, a 2v4. Crimson Jambo. One revealed. Second man will now be seen coming into underpass. Julie sets, spams away, does take down Leaks, and now Trick have to fend them off.
This late player of Boy is definitely going to close the round down. Oh, timing. There's still nothing in this.
Now a kit most certainly at this stage. We're looking for exit frags. Jambo get caught by Nicky B, who makes it a triple of the round for him. 12 and 9. And if there's one contrast to Iceberg, it has been him so far. Excellent work on this map, and excellent work in the last map too. Rated 1.77. Scored himself 21 kills. There's a huge amount of impact across that overpass. When Trick needed a pistol most, when they've lost all pistols up until this point, he's the man that makes the difference.
Tricked will have to look at this anti-force buy round and think, well, what on earth do we do here? We've not been in this position before. Fnatic are going in with the reinvest and a lot of players to try and fight out mid.
A lot of players to meet them too. It's going to get chaotic. Nicky B's AK. Checking out the mid position. Is he ready for the players? Now he is. Adjustments there towards one player. Jacasbo continues to spray with the MP7. Leaks with one responsive. Bracco going to charge forward and still get called off blind. Jambo Scout, meanwhile, on the B defensive, dealing with Boy. Crims is there with him. Both men were undetected. Tricked are not going to quickly charge their way back into Con and try and take that A-bomb site. Salazar and Leaks continue to move on. Smokes on towards short. They're not going to act quick yet. They're going to have to slow it down.
They'll have good info on this because they know that Crims is the B player and they know that Jambo got a pick on B. Timing for Crims at top stairs.
Okay, searching the corners, Leaks. Sees the shoulder, gets his man. All on Jambo now. Scout for a miracle moment. No headshot on Salazar. Tag's not good enough. Leaks can take him down. And Tricked will have a 6th. Damage. Significant to the T side, but not enough cash in flowing into the CT forces to justify a true on force by their own.
It was very gimmicky and very aggressive towards mid, and for the majority of the round, it looked promising, didn't it? It was a lot of back and forth trades, especially when Salazar is full blinded. You're probably not anticipating that he's going to be able to get a kill against another one of those SMGs. 2 rounds the difference. Now for Tricked, even though they are going to struggle quite a bit on this T side, the scoreline is not that one-sided right now. They've got the game into a pretty good position.
Around the corner of the CT forces, mowed through by Nicky B, who not only pads his stats, but gets a massive payday, and that's worthy for what his impact has been so far. And you are right, Tricked about to get within 1 of Fnatic, so despite how the international side were drawing ahead, tail end of that half with the streaks in mind, the Fnatic's part, the 4 in a row, the 6 out of 7. Tricked will get down to 8-7. And the rifles will return from the Fnatic's side. AWP's in. On Jambo, not seen for the Danes.
Tricked are getting leaks, quite aggressive towards A main. Now this could be quite a quick A split. They've got a player top mid, another one towards underpass, and then 3 outside of A with the bomb directly. Iceberg with the MP7 gets naded down to 58 on first contact. Fear fighting mid very aggressively.
Nicky B caught the edge of that smoke, will try and spray blinded. It was all blind sprays on Fnatic's part. Jambo's orb can line up the first. Boy's going to get caught in the center of the bomb site. Leaks with 1 pick back. Flashbang off the second. AK around that corner. Ready for Fear to make his move. Sees that shadow. Can't hit his kill. Meanwhile, Iceberg's got Bracco in the mid position. AWP missing his shot. And Leaks just barely misses out on Fear. No damage being done towards the captain there. The 2v2 with the bomb being dropped to ramp. Iceberg's going to pick it right back up. Nicky B actually in that position. Both him and Iceberg are tagged up. Will they continue with their commitment? No. Iceberg's already taken some space towards Apps, and Nicky B just runs for it.
Now, what sucks here for Iceberg is he doesn't have an AK, because he needs to take space. He needs to really get deep market and fight against a rotator, but because you've got an SMG, it's not going to be easy. How much space can he find? I mean, this angle is actually quite good. I still think Nicky B is going to be required in the clutch, though.
Considering his kill counts, considering what he's done for them in the early portion of this half, might not be a bad thing. The bad thing is the half HP. It's same applied towards Iceberg. If we can get even one kill out of this position, that would be massive.
No head Kevlar for Crims, so could be an insta-kill.
Crims is coming in first as well. Seeing his feet peeking out, Iceberg gets that casualty, runs right out of there. HE's on, and Fear throws in the towel. Holds on to that AK for another good round. Tricked are all the way back to evens. It's a slow CT start from fnatic once again.
Well, for fnatic, they can only blame themselves in that one. Yes, they make the round expensive, but they fight aggressively towards mid. It's very successful. The T-side players try and accelerate out A. They get bottlenecked. They're completely sandwiched out towards Tetris. They're losing fights. It's not looking easy. And then we get both Fear and Jambo that are trying to swing quite aggressively, but there's a bit of separation between one of them. The AWP misses. Fear doesn't get the trade back. The AWP falls. It just looks uncomfortable. And for Tricked, I mean, this is on now, okay? You've come into the second half, you've not lost a round, momentum's high, confidence is high, Iceberg's not dropping numbers, but he got a really critical kill in that 2v2. This is very winnable in 2-0 now.
Game on. Tricked playing from the back foot for the entire map up. Now a chance to surge ahead, and a reminder to everybody watching this, Tricked up a map in the series, on for a 2-0 in what is a 1-2 Swiss game. This would send fnatic out of the Conquest of Prague. No chances to make it back to the LAN, let alone to win the LAN for a second go over the reigning defending champions from last year. Times certainly have changed. And fnatic will need to make a change in order to beat back Tricked and stop them from showing up another embarrassing showing for them in a competition. One rifle was held over from the previous buy-up. The max loss bonus will be in effect, but fnatic just went for an investment round, so I'm not sure they'll be forcing again here.
Tricked have at least come into this game and shown that they can be threatening online, even though a lot of people, and probably themselves, will know that we're much more threatening offline. Need to get their online record better. I think that if they could get to the Conquest of Prague LAN, I think they could give a really good fight, especially to a team like Sashi, who they play very frequently in local LANs and actually beat quite frequently. I think they would give Alliance a good run for their money. Especially if you're able to come back from 0-2, right? Go on that run, lose to the likes of Alliance in a best of one, lose to the Young Ninjas in a best of one, and then just start winning games. Johnny Speeds, fnatic start eliminating some decent names.
Because you got to remember as well, right? For Trick, the only reason why they are 1-2 is because they went 0-2 in the best of one games in the first two rounds, right? They lost to Alliance, they lost to Young Ninjas. Alliance obviously a very rough draw in the early portion, and you know how well they've done, not just in this tournament, but also in the tier 2 landscape in general. Young Ninjas also surprising everybody so far by taking their own spot at the play-ins. A tough opposition in the context of Conquest of Prague, and in matchups that are very unpredictable. Now you're on the best of threes, and these wins could be the most legit of the lot. It's over Tricked. It would just legitimize that potential run. It would legitimize that potential way back into the LAN. Obviously, you're going the long way round from absolute deficit on the Swiss board to making their way back in round 5, and then the play-in matches where at least 2 best of threes will be waiting. So, not to say it's an easy road back from here, most certainly not.
And Trick know that being able to beat Johnny Speeds and getting, what, 13-9 out Mirage, 13-10 on Ancient, that you're in a position now 1-0 up after struggling to close from a 12-7 score on Overpass, that when there's not many rounds left on the table, when the score lines are close towards 13, you've got to take your moment when it's there. Last thing you want is to allow this series to get floated towards a decider. And for fnatic, I mean, I don't really want to be thinking about it yet, but if they do go down and they go 1-3 in this competition, I mean, is that just it? Do you just pull the plug if you can't even take a map in this best of 3? Because I just don't know. Yeah, you can say give it time, but we know in Counter-Strike, especially in Tier 2, it is just a results-based game. And, I mean, they're not even in Tier 2. And really, they should be... I think with the players they've got, at least Tier 1.5 high-end Tier 2. I mean, they're nowhere near that at all.
The problem is you've got to just figure out what the issues are, because there's just so many of them, and it's like, how do you clear them up?
We just get rid of everyone. I mean, that's it. That's the only way forward. You can't just keep plug and play in it.
Putting that obviously extreme solution to the side, it's like, you know, how do you fix it if you want to keep the team together is the next big question. And it's like, well, you're right. Like the best solution, the easiest solution would be doing that. Equally so, though, starting from zero for the case of fnatic. Obviously playing an ESL Challenger League, so they probably won't be like immediately disbanding off the back of an elimination here at Conquest of Prague, but think about the core of the team that used to work. You've got veterans in the back lines. Support system that you would think would provide impact and provide some sort of difference. It clearly hasn't, although. These are all things swirling around the heads of fnatic and us, and probably you at home as well. They're up for elimination, tricked. 5 rounds away from making it so. Jambo. And 5 rounds of taking us to a third in the series instead. Dry walks of Iceberg getting involved. The smokes for the AWP. Jambo catches him before he can really throw anything out. Boy can get that trade back from Palace. No one covering off the position. Jacasmo in the back of the boxes. Desperate to try and get involved. It's Fear instead. Swinging out from the connector smoke. Getting the kill back at bench. Boy is down. Leaks is tagged low. And meanwhile, there's a lurk from Nicky B onto that B bomb site. Now going to try and take some space. Rotations are quick from Fear. Tricked on their way back in. Nicky B, headshot taken. Fear is dead.
And this could be round over. They do not have great weaponry. They've already got Jacasmo very low. The bomb's not going to get spotted. Bratko might even get caught by the player coming in towards TV. This is Leaks on low HP.
Setting up that utility though, they'll hold that jump phase, so Bratko will be aware that his presence. Leaks wary of backstabs. Crims and Bratko going to swing together, both flying up, but they get the kills in. That's enough. Leaks now knows that as information to call to his teammates. Salazar will try to swing back for it. AK recovered. Did Crim see Salazar? I don't think he did. He's going to check that corner anyway. AK spray still good for the one man. Now down to Nicky B. He's been stellar in this series for Tricked. Head turned away for the wrong moment. They're coming in from short access. Player not seen, just out of his periphery. And fnatic can just reclaim the lead.
Well, fair play to Crims. That would not have been seen on the radar. He beat that vision. For him to even just jiggle the chair angle, it's so easy when you're pressured, when you've got a kill towards TV, to just start hitting that B bomb site very quickly, focusing towards Van, focusing bench, thinking about how you're going to deal with them on the bomb site directly. If that doesn't get cleared, it's just round over. What a shame for Nicky B, because that was a perfect kill. And it's also a bit of a shame that they couldn't quite drop the low HP player when they were pressurizing A. What was that? Jacasmo as the A site anchor. If he fell earlier, that's a very different round.
fnatic at the advantage for now. Tricked, momentum broken. Leaks trying to quite get that headshot on Crims. The HE were coming against him. And evading the majority of the damage by not backing off for it. Deeper nade, so well read upon that T-side player. Bratko and Jacasmo starting to search from ramp, starting to look for T contacts, but they're not seeing anything from these aggressive stances. Still with that bomb being left back at spawn, still not fully committing towards the bomb site, even if it is pretty much an A split from here. Jacasmo swings up, kill from Salazar is excellent. Second player's right around that corner though.
Bratko is going to lean back in, and Salazar and Leaks are here. They should get that trade off. Salazar goes a bit aggro. Leaks is expecting a reface.
I just get it as well. Bratko checks position. Fight goes well for him, drops the bomb. That's all important as Boy starts acting out to the site, and Jambo's seen him. Headshot not required. The AWP is good enough. He looks in for more. Oh, can't hit the shot on Nicky B again. Trying to trade it. Bratko was tagged low. AK around that corner. Bratko needs the headshot. Pre-firing the angle. Nicky B gets that kill in. And the AK from mid of Iceberg gets his 5th kill of the game. But what a kill it might be. 16 seconds. It's on Crims to deny that bomb from getting down on the bomb site. Got flashes in towards Nicky B. Planting safe. AK towards Con. Better check. Crims distracted. And the thing's down against him. Will keep him low. Keep him dead. As Nicky B closes out a triple. And Tricked are back in evens.
Rev, Nicky B is unbelievable. That is a round that it can't be worked, okay? The bomb gets dropped in A main. It's a beautiful double kill. I think that's a really positive sign there from Bratko, who's someone that's been struggling immensely since joining this team. He plays it patiently, has excellent crosshair placement. When Jambo gets that kill in a 4v2, you're thinking that's it. There's no time on the clock. And he just gets fight after fight. It's another multi-frag from the young man. 180 maps played on HLTV, only ever played at Prestige at a semi-professional level. And he comes over here to Tricked, joined towards the tail end of last year, back in October. And he has really caught my eye in this best of 3. This has been an excellent showing.
"41 kills in this series for Nicky B. And we're not even done with this map up, by the way. 9 apiece. There's a chance for him to go even better than his 21 of the previous. This is a performance and a half from a young man who may well have a bright future ahead of him if this performance is anything to go off of. This match is anything to speak of as a benchmark. Leaks as the normal star of Tricked, and he's part of the initial forward face of Ramp. It's only eco pistols with the exception of Crims, who's bought in the Hero M4. SMG on Fear the same. Half bought round on Fnatic. And Boy will catch off Bratko aggressing through the smoke. Palace locked down.
Fnatic have won just a single round in the second half, and that was that retake we saw out on B. Is that all we're going to get? Tricked, no. Round by round, we are putting some serious pressure against what should be the favorites. But Tricked have shown that results are just so poor right now that they could squeeze a 2-0. Crims out here towards short is being very successful, but that's an instant trade.
Dingo Chikazmo next to top, put down by Leaks. Posting 16 kills of his own regard. Jambo alone with a USP. There's a sweet FA that he can do here. Good is done. Tricked back in the lead. Jambo will just look for exits, grab that AK. Bonus weapon. They might still get hunted after the fact here. I mean, Boyd's creeping in back towards spawn and ramp. And Jambo will opt not to go back there because he knows that there's lost known location. Over at Palace on the A-lean. Tricked. Now up to 10-9. And closing in on a 2-0 win, and that would be quite an impressive thing to do. We had this down as a simple 2-1 affair because of the nature of the strengths of these two map picks. The Fnatic side, very heavy favoritism on Mirage, a bit of a closer affair for that overpass, of course, turned into quite a dominant one for a period for Tricked's part. When Fnatic felt like that first half was going to be more than enough to set the pace, but Tricked are still fighting back. They're still looking for an answer. They're finding them pretty handily. Nicky B being aggressed upon. Alone here towards top of mids. Got back up on the way. Smokes in to try and cover him off. They'll concede that map control, but they will not lose the opening frag.
Nicky B's getting all the util in the world to make sure that he stays alive. He's smoked himself off. He's getting double flashbangs. Now, the CTs have gone very aggro towards mid, and now they've got to back off. So this is where they need to pressurize somewhere else. Salazar is still watching that top mid angle, and they're still keeping 3Bs. They've got Crossfire watching top mid and underpass.
Fourth posted. Lands on Salazar. Jack Asmo getting Iceberg down from underpass. Finally, a bait shot. Going to force a mistake out of Jambo. The flash is in, not going to give Tricked enough breathing room to make their way into the mid position. Nicky B trying to play it smart. That bomb Rotate it back in towards the A player because there's a walkout from Boy from Ramp. He's heard footsteps of Bratko, but fear is the big concern. Check sandwich, M4 fight, wins it out, and fnatic hold a confident line this time. It's up to Leaks and Nicky B. Now just Nicky B standing alone. Incendiary off the Palace. And no chance to win this clutch. 1v5, as great as he is, this is a bridge too far. They'll try it. The first contact not yielding a kill. Second one, don't get the orbital drops. That's a little bit of expense. Next man around the corner. AK also leaning in from CT spawn. The player's going to hide. 10 seconds to the clock. Eventually he will drop the Fear's hands. And we go back and forth. fnatic, tricked fnatic. 10 apiece.
Well, that's just an AWP working a bit of magic. It's an excellent first shot coming through from Jambo. And that's what you want from your AWPer when the team's in trouble, when you maybe need someone to step up to the plate. You look at your star players, anyone in connector, anyone with the AWP. Bratko had a really good start to this map, but he's been quite silent since then. 10 and 13, he's got an AK, Fear's got one, and Crimson's got the other. Tricked. This is a must win, and it's not the best of buy states. Not only are they light on util, but they're working with 2 Galils.
Leaks. Galil to face, fight to finding as the player up close and personal is going to flash him off. Molotov's in on Jakazmo, going to use that smoke to try and extinguish and hold the lower dark angle.
Oh yeah.
Bratko leaning in. Iceberg sees the shadow, takes the headshot for it. Salazar finds Crimson in the meantime. It's a 5-on-3 with the B side basically collapsing as a result of that. fnatic again making a concession. And they have to save their weapons. No choice in the matter. This retake is so far off the table, you barely know it exists.
Well, it's just awful comms. Now, top connector was smoked, and there was spam that came through from Iceberg, right? He went a little bit back and forth with that AK against that player in top connector. That needs to be communicated, that ladder can be exposed. There is no way your short player can round the corner and not pre-aim ladder with that info being communicated. fnatic lose an absolute sitter. Really good work from Iceberg. It's an easy kill.
fnatic on the back foot once again at critical junctures here in this matchup. Tricked. Will face them on a reinvest. The money held over with the cash injection will, of course, keep the buy states flowing for fnatic. They need to maintain. But this next round could be the backbreaker. This one could be enough for Tricked. We're looking for map, match, an elimination point over the fnatic side. Going from game over to game on, nearly to game one for the Danes.
And you can almost laugh at Tricked in the last 3 months having a round win percentage on T side of 33.3. I mean, that's awful. That's dreadful. And yet they come into this second half with, what, a 4-8 deficit? And round by round, they're coming in. Round by round, they're putting more pressure against fnatic.
Step by step. Bit by bit. Moment by moment, Tricked will edge their way forward. Try and gain this advantage once again into the defaults. Will look to go. 3 players in apps. Utility sent in to do damage to Jambo is going to be ineffective by comparison towards what Boy's taken. There's a lurk out of ramp. I think there was a utility sent in by the likes of Jambo and Jakazmo, or maybe just Jakazmo alone. Incendiaries on Iceberg. Look at the extension. He's not seen the player on the short position, but now he's seen him. Bratko didn't expect him to swing forward. Player in at connector. Fight from Fear. Taken down by Leaks. Jambo trying to get a trade together. Seen one. Shoulder shot. Missed a point blank. Iceberg's tagged it up a little bit. And will hold his nerve back at the boost spot angle. Flashbang forward. Jambo's going to turn away from it. And turn back into the bomb site. Oh no, boy, struck the perfect moment. The timing couldn't be any worse for the AWP. Jacazmo's going to try and hunt him down. We'll take him back as Samuels lose half his own health. And now it's Grims standing alone in the B site, bursting through, trying to chip away the HP bars, but can't get any of the kills he needs. The bomb is down again, and Tricks have almost done it. No retake for Fnatic. 12-10, map and match point for Tricked.
And I love Regin, man. I've had so many interviews with him, always have a good laugh. He's definitely a character. Now, he's got to be looking at Tricked right now thinking, haha, we're going to disband Fnatic. I can't believe it. Oh, what is going on in this second half? Oh, just look at what's happening in mid. The short player is aggro while Connector is smoked. And yet, the tick comes through from the underpass player. There's obviously loud comms, they don't hear it. It's just a free kill. The AWP from Jambo, who has looked pretty good throughout this series, just misses the easiest kill of all time. Oh boy, this is tough to watch.
Indeed it is. Uninspired, uncoordinated, unimpactful. Whatever label you want to label upon it, Fnatic. They have not performed in the way that Tricks should have faced. Salazar has already struck Fear down. The AK engage of Iceberg at least is countered by Jacazmo. And underpass, they can deal with that one player. There's been a consistent harassment in the mid position. Fnatic finding one consistent and able to exploit it, but they're still stuck in a 4-on-4, and Tricked have worked from these situations before.
Now, they've got plenty of time, so they can adapt here. They can put B pressure on, they can come underpass. The late lurk in Palace is so separated from the rest of the players.
Nicky B pushing forward that smoke. Grim's going to get him. AWP unaware of him, but Salazar hits a no-scope shot just to seal the quick trade back. Again, the bomb was seen. They rotated back. You're right about that. Boy, he's acting out of Palace. He's in a dark already. He's on the sites. Have to make sure they don't see the information back of the players and Abs, but if he gets this kill on Jacazmo, it should be game over, surely. This one frag is everything. Ticket blue check, shadow advantage, but Jacazmo still wins the fight.
Oh, boy knows right there. He's probably cost the round. He's done everything correct. He's taking space. He's giving them a pathway into A, but he had to keep pressing. He had to keep clearing more map control. Oh, that's such a close duel. 19 HP there for Jacazmo.
And 18 kills deep on this map. He's been the man for Fnatic. Try and contrast Nicky B. Salazar's AWP now posted to try and watch him at the ticket booth. Utility sent down against the likes of the Jambo Orbi. Still has an angle to lock the cross. Smokes involved. Shot rings out. AK engaged the spray. Blinded. Doesn't get it. Leaks gets the kill instead. We're back on a 2v2. And Leaks and Salazar are tagged low. Jambo and Bracco. Old Passion UA Guard versus new Ukrainian blood. And they take on Leaks and Salazar. Similar stories of both men. Orb out, forced away by the Molotov. Salazar still hits a shot on Bracco. The adjustment's stellar. And now Jambo needs to have a thermonuclear moment to make this retake happen. Time's ticking. The kid's with him, but he can't suss out Salazar. He sees him, finally gets that kill. Spoke towards the bomb. Round's exposed. He's dropping in the defuse right now. 5 seconds to the stick. And Leaks his spray will hit his head. And Tricked will stay alive in the Conquest of Prague Swiss. Fnatic 0-2 down. 1-3. They're eliminated here and now.
Fnatic's only opponent that they can beat is a bunch of Romanian cucumber farmers. What is going on with this organization? Tricked will look at this one and say fair play. Good performance on map number 1. 12-7 up. 4-8 down on their worst map in the pool, and an awful win rate on the T side, but they still managed to get this game over the line.
How the mighty have fallen. Oh, what a difference a year makes. Oh, what a difference Salazar and Nicky B, and Leaks for that matter, can all make. But Nicky B, the standout MVP of this matchup. What a result from him. What a performance from Tricked, and what a matchup. Not even a 2-1 Gwen, a 2-0 series. They took away Fnatic's home strength map, Pick and Mirage, a map that they haven't been able to do well on the last 3 months. this has been brilliant from the Danes, and it just goes to solidify the fact that they deserve to be in round 5.
And no matter how we phrase it, our perspective going into this best of 3 might be that Trick to the favourites, okay? We might be impressed with their LAN record. If you're Fnatic, there is no excuse. You cannot lose this game against Trick. It's a must-win when the team is really struggling. I mean, Trick have won 5 out of 14 best of 3s online this year. They are inconsistent online, and they come away with a 2-0. Now, if you're Fnatic, yeah, you can sit there and say that there were moments where you could have won map 1, you could have won map 2, but I'm sick and tired of excuses, man. Pull the plug on this project.
Or just find a way to make it better, because the way I see things, if you are this side of Fnatic, if you are the players on this project, you are looking at a bunch of players who are very much at the beginning stages of their career versus Crims, who's a key veteran, versus the core of Passion UA, who attended the Shanghai Major. This is the difference we're talking about here for these two sides. And it's just like, it's not coming together. Whatever's going on, it's not working. This project looks so miscoordinated. It looks so just uninspired. I don't know what else to sort of label it as, because whatever which should be working is clearly not. And whatever you can do to make it work, right now, it isn't working for Fnatic.
And we know, especially in Tier 2, teams can drop off, right? You can have teams that are very successful, and then you just find that you get inconsistent. When you're a side that was at the Major last year with the same core and participating at least in and around the Tier 1 tournaments, to sit here going closer towards May, being outside of the top 80 on VRS, being eliminated by LANs or on LAN by teams like AIM Club, it tells you something seriously wrong. This whole team is just poisoned. And this might be one of the largest fall-offs that I can remember in recent history. This is ridiculous that you go from the last Major to this year and what the performances have looked like.
And it just questions all the decisions they've made, the roster swaps, the players they've let go, the individuals that they've wanted to bring in or otherwise, the style of calling, the supportive elements, all of it reads the goal into question right now for the Fnatic side. There's no doubt about that much, because look, at the end of the day, Samuelson was on the interview. He said he wanted to be back in the majors. They want to be back in a top-level position. You can't do that with this current line of form. You can't do that with this current set of performances from players that should be doing much better. Whatever it is, it needs to be fixed up, and it needs to be done like yesterday, because Fnatic, they're not getting back to the top anytime soon. They're eliminated from the Conquest of Prague, and that just seals the deal on what has been a very, very poor season from them in general.
Indeed. And I think for Trick, there's a lot of praise that can go their direction. I think out on Overpass, they probably could have closed earlier. They would have been disappointed to not allow that to happen. You come into Mirage, the first half, look, they were up against a really slow play style. Iceberg was, 1-7 going into the second half, so it was a slow start. But you start coming back. Nicky B had some really good rounds. Salazar was hitting some bangers. I mean, look at that post plant. Look at that very last round. He whiffs on the jungle player. They somehow just don't trade him. He can repos and then hit the stairs individual. So he was also quite an X factor. And for a side that don't really have, let's say, the most experienced players in Denmark like a Sashi do, I think they're performing at a very good level. I'm very happy with where they sit in the current world of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and look, I think we can both agree that Nicky B was the key revelation here for the Trick side. Like, honestly, what a series he had. It wasn't just a life game. It wasn't just a life map-up. He had an absolutely mental performance. He's not usually the guy that performs the most, statistically speaking, for the Trick side, but the fact he's done what he has done right here with the backing support and all, it looks good right now from Trick. I hope they can take a hold of this performance and replicate it and improve upon it for the near future, because if they can do, then I think that there's some bright results ahead of them in terms of Conquest of Prague and in terms of other Tier 2 tournaments at this stage.
Well, I think for Tricks, the goal's pretty easy. Get back to LAN. I think for an organization that, let's say, is spending a lot of resources right now, they went out to Malmo in January, they went to Copenhagen in February, they went to another local LAN in March, they went to Bucharest in March, they went to, Riga in Latvia in April. Like, they're sending them overseas quite a lot. If you can come in with a LAN qualification and get yourself into Prague, then you'll feel that you're not always spending all your resources to get this team to an offline environment.
Well, today's action has concluded here. Round 4 is nearly done as well. Tomorrow, we're going to have 2 more best of 3s for you. The schedule shifts a little bit about here. Obviously, with Ecstatic pulling out and disbanding, that means that there's already been a default win that puts a team forward towards round 5. So we'll play out the last of the round 4 matches, TNC versus Clutch Chain, for a chance to make it into the round 5 and avoid being eliminated, as well as one of our 2-2 matches from round 5 to tomorrow's proceedings. Of course, don't know what they are because we don't know what the teams are as of right now, but that's what's coming your way tomorrow. With TNC and Clutch Chain especially, it has been a very shoddy sort of showing from them, and the same, the veterans on that side have only recently brought the project together, so give them a little bit of breathing room, but I haven't got a lot of great things to say about them all the same.
Yeah, well, I saw on Twitter yesterday or the day before that Marcos and Yuvo are gone. So what TNC are actually going to play with? I mean, watch tomorrow's best of 3, watch this space, because I'm actually not quite sure what's going to happen there with the polls.
Well, I'm not sure either. I guess there's only one way to find out. Tune back in, same time, same place tomorrow as the Conquest of Prague rolls into its final few moments of its Swiss stage. Thanks for joining us today. We'll see you back here tomorrow for the Conquest of Prague.
Nový Straight Wild Beat. Zažij divokou jízdu. Zažij to napětí. Zažij ten beat. Zažij Wild Beat. Novou vůni od Straight.
Tipsport je tady i pro tebe, Chameleone X, který dokážeš bez mrknutí oka sledovat současně 6 hokejů, 3 fotbaly, 1 tenis, MMA, košandu, šipky a párek, co ti právě žere bez. Nejvíc exkluzivních streamů na jednom místě. Tipsport, největší komunita sázkařů.
One click is the difference between winning or watching. And this is the fastest click in the world. Powered by revolutionary hits technology. With custom actuation, rapid trigger reset, and click intensity. Tuned to your competitive play. We didn't just evolve the click. We reinvented it. Pro X2 Super Strike.
Tati, už jsem to vymyslel. Nemusíme tady mrznout, už vím, jak můžeme letat.
No to půjde těžko bez křídel.
Máš pravdu, ale proto tady mám Red Bull. A ten nám dá křídla. Stačí, když se napije.
Aha, a jak asi?
Ale tati, prostě se napij. Počkat. A co to je?
Co to je? 40 pod nulou to je. Nebo jsi smyslel, že tady zůstáváme jen tak pro zábavu?
Red Bull vám dává křídla, ale jen když ho piješ.